What is going on, people? How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the Sunday Lives that are coming back. I'm sorry I haven't been as consistent as normal. Been doing my other business quite a bit here. I'm actually at the Ardhi real estate office as we speak. So I'm getting things together. I know I'm a little bit late. I was trying to do a little bit of extra preliminary research for this one because it's an important topic. And we're talking about all of the building collapses in Nairobi and some of the statements. Really big headline was 80. The AAK representative, which is the Architectural Association of Kenya, one of their members said that 85% of the buildings are unsafe for human habitation. We're going to dig into that, but we're going to do it from a deeper perspective because I see headlines, I see lots of different statements, I see a lot of people saying different things. People are talking about somehow the Minnesota Somali fraud has something to do with it. People are saying all kinds of crazy stuff. So we're going to dive into oversight in building in Kenya as much as possible. We're going to dive into what these trade organizations are. And I feel like a blanket statement from surveying other real estate people from Kenya is that they say, oh, it's corruption. But why does everyone just say things are corruption without any kind of definition? Like how? How is it happening? Who's influenced to be corrupt? What is happening that's causing this issue? If it's a common issue, because over the 3 years I've been covering this kind of stuff, I don't remember seeing much about the building collapses or anything, but building safety has always been in many of our minds for people that are interested in real estate in Kenya. And so that's where we're going to be coming from. I'm going to give you some time to come in. Also, uh, I should introduce myself. Many of you guys know me. My name is Ryan Fagan. I am a real estate broker here in the United States. I'm also an investor. I've purchased some properties in Kenya as well. I've flipped houses. I've worked in the mortgage industry, property preservation, and a multitude of other aspects of real estate. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, um, 4 years active duty, 15 months in Iraq, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So you guys can check me out. I have a website, www.ryan-fagan.com, if you want to look some more things up. And I use my real name, so I kind of stand on business, as they say, about myself and what I'm trying to do. And I have a passion for, exploring Kenya, slowly moving, although I have responsibilities here, so it's a little bit difficult. But I mostly cover real estate stuff. I try to use my real estate background and my curiosity to show you guys what's out there, what are some of the possibilities, and try to provide you guys some information if you are interested in these type of topics to be more well informed. We do have membership on the channel. The basic level gives you early access to all the new content, especially because I'll be in Kenya next week. I leave on Tuesday, so I will be traveling out there. That's actually my birthday. And, I start kicking up the content with a lot of new developments and following up on a lot of different things. What's going on, McTreasure? So you get 30 days early access on most of the videos, and especially when we're covering a lot of off-plan stuff. And I'm starting to get some relationships with some of the developers. We're going to get some earlier access to some of these projects, so you'll be first to know as that first level of membership. The second level is the inner circle. If you're on there, you have access to me. You can get my WhatsApp number. I can answer any questions. You basically get free consultations and the ability to access me when you have questions. This is really good for anybody who's actually purchasing or really taking any kind of business in Kenya. Seriously, it's definitely worth it because I don't know everything, and I try to stay within the things that I know and have an experience, but I can definitely probably help you avoid some issues that I've ran into throughout my time of doing things. But I'm still learning as well, and that's why we're kind of diving into this um, Kenya unsafe building situation. But first, also, um, last housekeeping note, I added two more channels. So my main channel is going to be more of the type of videos with the home tours and probably some of my own personal perspectives on certain things, but more on the real estate side. And then the lives, I feel like they've been cluttering up the channel and with the thumbnails and stuff. So the lives are going to Ryan Fagan Dash Live on YouTube. So that'll be a separate channel, which I'm actually streaming on both right now. But the full version of this live, if you want to watch it back, will be only on there. So if you go subscribe there, you'll get the notifications and everything if that's what you like. Because not everybody's here for the same thing. The lives are going to have a broader view of topics, and it'll be a little bit less niche down to the real estate aspect. And then I have another channel, just Ryan Fagan Dash Stories. I'm going to have Hira produce kind of like little mini documentaries I want to do. That I'm just telling different stories that I've always wanted to do. I always wanted to tell stories from my perspective about things, and I realized now is probably the time to try to expand the content, but I didn't want to put it on the regular channel because it'll be different than my normal stuff. So because of how YouTube works, it's good to split those different topics up. So if you're interested in any of those things, the live channel, I did pin to the comments here. So you can go subscribe there if you want to turn on the notifications for the lives. I will simultaneously stream to both, but the full live and the clips will only be on that channel. So if you're interested in that stuff, go over there. And then the stories part, I'll post a link probably in community notes later. If you guys are interested in that, I can put the link in. Without further ado, oh, what's up, Ronnie? How are you? What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? I'm excited to be back in Kenya, although packing and logistics and getting my business ready, and then I got my dogs and getting everything prepared and everything is a lot. So I don't get excited till I land. Actually, probably the next day, because it's a long flight. I fly to Qatar, and then I fly to Nairobi from Philly. So long, long trip. All right, so let's get into it. If you guys don't know, in South Sea in Nairobi, a building collapsed. And let's just play the video and start the context from there. So let's bring that one up. Boom. Oops. Boom. 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 That is not the thing I'm looking at. Hold on. I messed up, guys. I'm already struggling. Very sorry, very sorry. What the heck is going on? Okay, okay. I want to do this one first. I messed up. I was really trying to do it real smooth, but I messed it up. Okay, make it bigger.
Now to another story. Did you know that you might be living in one of Nairobi's death traps? Professionals in the building and...
Okay. I don't mean to pause all the time because I know some people find that annoying. But we got to talk about where I'm coming from about this stuff because I'm already triggered. Modern journalism, and this isn't just a Kenyan thing, it's everything, is becoming horrendous. Because what is that statement? What did he say?
Now to another story. Did you know that you might be living in one of Nairobi's death traps?
You might be living in one of Nairobi's death traps, is what the news decides to say. I think the rise of social media, which I think has been good, has really damaged journalism. And I noticed it in Kenya, but I realized that it's the same thing in the US. You can't believe anything anymore because they're trying to be overly entertaining. They take a headline and push it out. Even like, for example, the Somali fraud thing, like CNN is going after the guy who made the content versus like actually doing an investigation on if it's true or not. And everything has to be sensationalized. And I think they don't give enough details. And we're going to see that as we go. So, like, you hear a statement like that, and then now I'm seeing all these headlines going around. And that's why I wanted to cover this, because I know it's boring to do content that like tries to be balanced and like nuanced and try to like get actual facts and realities. But you know how many people sent me these headlines and they want me to have a reaction, and I bet you they didn't read the article, which I don't criticize anybody for. But like, as a journalist, I know you want to get clicks, but my goodness, like, can we have some integrity about what we're saying? And maybe that's why my channel will never be that big and I won't, never go viral or anything like that, which I'm not trying to do. But like, the way things are just trash with information. And so that's my perspective. I don't believe nothing. I don't believe either side of an argument. If they're pro, new construction in Nairobi or anti, I don't believe nothing nobody's saying. And that's why we're going to try to dive deep into the interest of all the different people that are saying things and all that. So that's where I'm coming from. All right, let's continue. I'm sorry for am I long-winded? I don't know. Somebody said I was long-winded, but we need to unpack things, and it takes a while to talk about. I know that's not cool on the internet, but I think the serious people appreciate it.
Professionals in the building and construction industry have sounded the alarm after a recent survey revealed that over 85% of buildings in Nairobi City are unsafe for occupation. The report paints a grim picture, showing that more than 10,000 out of 15,000 buildings surveyed are actually uninhabitable.
So 10,000 of the 15,000 are uninhabitable based off of the survey. Who did the survey? Did they say?
Occupation. The report paints a grim picture. The recent survey revealed that over 85% of buildings in Nairobi City are unsafe for occupation.
Where's the source?
The report paints a grim picture, showing that more than 10,000 out of 15,000 buildings surveyed are actually uninhabitable. And as Manuel Tona reports, the Building Industry Union...
And this is what I'm saying, right? Like, who did the report? How did they do the report? Did they even survey them? And then they say everything's corrupt and there's no supervision. How was there supervision to look at the 10,000 properties? And who looked at them? These are my questions. Martin, what's going on, man? How are you? What about low-rise homes? What do you mean? So what another building collapsed in Karen on Gong Road as well. So, and that was like a 1-story or 2-story type building. And I'm anticipating from these type of developments, it's not usually the big developers, but I don't really know.
Is demanding a swift investigation into the South Sea building collapse, calling for those who approved the extra floors to be held accountable for breaching professional conduct.
I'll be in Nairobi next week.
In their address to the nation about a week after the collapse of the 16-story building in South Sea in Nairobi, the professionals drawn from the Institute of Engineers of Kenya, IEK, the Architects Alliance, TAA, and the Kenya Institute of Planners, among others, called for immediate action against those who are central to the approvals of the construction of the building.
Okay. So it's these different organizations, right? So I actually brought the one up. So this is the AAK, Architectural Association of Kenya, and that's where one of the statements came from. So we're going to look at that, and we're going to look at what some of these organizations are and what their interests are on these comments. because saying 85% of the new buildings are unsafe is a really bold statement to make. And wouldn't that like hurt your business? Or maybe they're not hiring your people, so you're upset. I don't know. That's what we're digging into this stuff for, okay?
The professionals drawn from the Institute of Engineers of Kenya, IEK, the Architects Alliance, TAA, and the Kenya Institute of Planners, among others, called for immediate action against those who are central to the approvals of the construction of the building.
The developer has that first duty of care of getting the right consultants. Secondly, the person who we have to blame.
Okay, you see, these organizations of consultants are saying that they need to hire the right consultant.
If we are to go in the pecking order, is the contractor. The contractor by contract ultimately holds the duty of care on that construction in terms of its quality, its processes.
Who was the responsible structural engineer, for example? Is he the one in the records of NCA? Is he the one that on the site? Is he the one who was approved the drawings?
So this is my issue with the journalism. I feel like these questions should be able to be answered. And when I see developments, I see a big sign with the engineer, the contractor, the planner, and all those different people. Is that where the corruption is? I really don't know. I'm asking the question, are those not actually the people responsible? Because I'm assuming when they're getting the building approvals that these people are listed and registered, right? Oh, Martin, you've been there 2 weeks? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely meet up for sure, for sure. I'll be there. I leave on Tuesday. I won't get there till like Wednesday and won't be ready till Thursday.
It's a calculation that has to start from the foundation. It doesn't matter whether you have the money later. If the foundation was not ready for more floors, you can't just add them.
The professionals stemming the disaster.
That's something that I'm curious about as far as inspections, right? So like in the U.S., there's all these different phases of inspections. And if you're pouring concrete for a foundation, there's all kinds of things that they look at. With concrete construction, one thing that I always think about with these buildings is like the cement mix. If you use too much sand or not enough aggregate and such, the stability of the concrete can be very compromised, and that can cause collapses or, basically instability. And I've heard of like bad Chinese concrete / cement, because cement is one of the main ingredients for concrete. I've heard things about that, but I don't know how prevalent that is of an issue. But are they inspecting the concrete / cement mix of these buildings? Is a serious question that I have. I don't know. And when they inspect the foundation, are they taking a sample? Because when I'm in some of these buildings, I see them mixing concrete by hand from bags of concrete, which first of all is insane, because it's hard ass work. I've done concrete. I've done stuff at my house with concrete. I've done other projects with concrete. That's really tough to mix them individually. I don't think they do that with the main form, but I think like on interior walls sometimes and stuff, they do stuff like that. So maybe it's not being mixed well. Maybe it's too wet. Maybe it doesn't have the proper cement mix. I don't know. These are concerns. I don't know. How are they inspecting them? I don't know the answers.
A classic example of systemic failures caused by corruption and greed.
Can NCA, the National Construction Authority, blacklist all contractors who have issues? Make it public. Let us know who are those directors. Can KEBS give us, certifications of building materials so that we are sure what we recommend is what is actually going to be used on site?
The collapse happened because of systemic issues. They have systemic issues, largely.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. And maybe the news only clipped this part, but what is the systemic problem? You know what I mean? Like people say, "Oh, it's corruption. Oh, it's a systemic issue." Well, where was the failure? Because from my understanding, the Cell C collapse, that building was not approved for the height that they were trying to build it, even though it collapsed before that. So obviously there was a issue before that even happened. And then secondly, there was a stop order. So the government came and said, stop building this because it's unsafe. So how was it a systemic issue if the government did its job and said this building's unsafe? Now, I think from my understanding from some of the things that I read that they were continuing to build even though there was a stop order. But that has to do more with enforcement. When you say there's corruption, I don't really understand it. And again, guys, I'm a baby in this world as far as like Kenyan building legal practices and inspections. I'm really coming with questions more than I'm coming with answers. But I think these questions by journalists or somebody that's in the industry should be able to speak to. And maybe that's something that we'll try to dive into when I'm there. People are shy to be on camera, especially these big professionals, but maybe we'll try to talk to some of them because I do have the fundamental understanding to be able to ask maybe the right questions about this stuff. But I'd be really curious, like, because this would happen in the U.S. I mean, it's even happened to me where we were like doing a project and we didn't have permits in for certain things, and they come and tell you to stop working, and they'll give you a fine if you keep doing it, right? This kind of happens all the time with all kinds of different developers and such, right? Like their paperwork might not be right or whatever, and they get told to stop. And then if they continue, then what? But how would they sell these properties or put people in them when they have a stop work order on it? Is that where the corruption is, that they just never come back and do anything? Does it get approved later? I don't really understand. It seemed like the system for that Cell C situation, if the information I was reading is correct, worked properly. But again, I'm naive. I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm not saying I know what the issue was.
Preventable.
The association also lifting the lead, revealing that about 85% of buildings in Nairobi alone are unsafe for habitation.
If a tremor, even at a very low Richter scale, was to happen in Kenya today, a lot of buildings will come down. If you have to switch on lights in your house.
Especially from a professional that's representing this organization, okay? How do you make such a statement? Like, have you inspected all the buildings? I have a problem with people in these positions making unmeasured comments. It could be true. You know what I'm saying? And this is the problem. Now I'm not listening to you because you're saying things, and I know you haven't looked at all the buildings. So now now you have you have hurt your own messaging. And maybe no one cares about my opinion, obviously, you know. And again, I don't know, but as this organization, why would you say that? I know that it's not backed up by any kind of data.
During the day, that is a problem. It doesn't matter which room you are in. Okay? If there's always you are thinking from outside or whatever, that is a problem.
And he could mean well, right? He might want better oversight and such. So I'm not saying I just think there's better ways to go about this.
The National Building Inspectorate took a sample of about 15,000 buildings. And they told us only 15% of those buildings they inspected were safe. Just a sample.
Okay.
And about 8% were fair. So you're talking about the whole lot of the others being unsafe buildings.
Emmanuel Toll, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
On one with
Yeah, so actually I want to know about this highway. I keep seeing news about it. Let's check out this one. Ikonini. Does that mean it's what? What is it? Give me the translation. I've looked at many of the new developments in the last few weeks. There are so many, it's difficult to decide. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm surprised there's so many more that have been announced since I've been gone. I thought what we were looking at in Westlands was going to be it, but it's even more. Didn't they state it was a sample survey? Yeah, of the 10,000. Here's how corruption works in this space on the continent. Is after a building has been flagged for not meeting the standard during construction, the builder bribes higher ups in the regulatory body to essentially override and for. Okay, but so there's a record that it's unsafe. Then what happens? They give the governing body money and then they just say that it is safe. But now there's a record of it being unsafe. Did they hide the record? I don't know enough about the system. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's where I'm not getting it. I get that you can corrupt the system and get something approved that shouldn't be approved. Like, I understand that concept. I'm just saying, like, how does that exactly work? How do we know which buildings are safe? And this is the irresponsible thing about these statements. Because now they're just saying most of the buildings are unsafe. What the heck are you supposed to do with that information? We need you to investigate when you get on the ground. I know. It's a problem, man, because what are we supposed to do with this information? Is it the low rises, the small landlords? That's what somebody was saying in an earlier comment. Yeah, this is mostly an Eastlands issue. It's mostly sole proprietor landlords who build in that part of the city, cutting corners with architects and contractors. They've been doing it for years, or beefing for years. Yeah, that was kind of my understanding, is it's a certain type of building and developer that's doing it. But I mean, if you're saying that you have systemic issues in construction in general, and that 85% of the buildings are unsafe, I mean, that's a bigger problem than just one section. Because he said if there's an earthquake, all the buildings are going to fall down. And he is a spokesperson for the NCA, National Construction Agency. Is that what it is? I don't know. And this is the thing. I can't test the concrete. I don't know what their load drawings are. And that's the other thing. So when you get an approval, so when an architect gives you drawings, you have to follow the architect's drawings. And so like in the US, if I was building something, we have to submit all the architectural drawings. They have all the measurements, they have all the stuff, and it's stamped with the architect's seal. The inspectors are going to look at that. And then as throughout the process, different phases, they're going to look at those drawings and match it against what you're actually building. And so if something calls for a certain type of beam or rebar or a certain size of something, they're going to measure that, especially like load-bearing things or the thickness of the foundation and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, you know, I'm not an architect. I don't know the specifics on like the loads for an 18-story building versus a 4-story concrete building, especially because I'm not that familiar with concrete framing. You know, we use wood here generally, or we build our houses out of sticks. Iconini. Give me the translation, darn it.
But this is a total waste.
Sindio?
Hey, look at this.
Total waste. Check hizi wire zote.
All these were enforcement bars, eh?
Yeah.
Hizi ni zile unasikianga D10.
Cheki tuko hapa na
This
Waburiri.
is why I need to learn Swahili more.
Waburiri ni architect. So nataka kujua damage kama hii ni dongapi?
Hey, this is what
It's just on materials only.
materials. I would even put it at like 100 M. You've got 12 story already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I only catch
Damn.
like a third or
That's
two.
just gone like that.
down the drain.
Oh,
Alafu
all
But
the
sasa-
these guys are going to recycle this steel, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's still
other recycle. So okay, so one thing that I do notice. Let's see if I can see that.
yani the same contractor ama someone different.
This is the South Sea.
And so depending on who they have commissioned to do the reclamation,
Yeah.
yeah.
The other building,
Oh, this is the other one that is about to be condemned.
yes.
And also, why the heck are you building a building not correctly that's this big? That's insane.
So, what do you think about this? Ukiangalia from the outside.
Beam, collapsing beam.
I'm trying to get a good. Can I zoom in? Is that possible? No.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to look at, I think I see it better on my screen. So there's different ways to do concrete. You could do blocks, like kind of like bricks, but they're cement blocks, and you put them on top of each other, but you have to do them level, and it takes some skill to do. I've never seen them used that high, but I guess you can. I don't really know. But like blocks require some good oversight and to make things square, or they will not work good. Let me these are blocks, and they should have rebar in them to reinforce, and you have to put mortar down and level them out with the mortar. And I do see a lot of construction in Kenya with blocks. The thing when I see people do it, you see this wall? Let me actually like bring this picture. Oh no. Okay. You see how clean the joints are? That's clean work there. When you look at when I look at stuff in Kenya, this is a good example. When I see block construction, this one's not actually that bad, but it's freaking messy as hell. And I always wonder if they're working that messy with the block. Is it straight? Is it level? What's going on? And I'm not trying to, whatever company that I'm at right now, I'm not trying to disparage them or anything. I'm just making an example. Let me find like you see the mortar like squeezing out of the blocks. Actually, like the Gong Road overpass, some of the framing for that, I was like, geez, this is some messy work that they got going on. This stuff looks fine. Let's just go building. Because like in the US, we would like put a finish on it. I'm trying to find an example. Goodness gracious. What is happening? Pop-ups are attacking us. How come I can't find an example? I see it all the time. That's not that bad, but you see, I don't know if you could see exactly. Oh, I can't zoom in here. Dang, I'm sorry, guys. I want to get you a good picture of what I'm talking about. But basically, the joints of the buildings look real. Oh, this is good. Okay. You see how, like, the mortar's all squeezing out and it's all over the place, and it just looks, I'm sorry, that looks really shitty. Like, if you did that in the US, you would be fired immediately. Yeah, this. What the hell is this? What are you? First of all, they're wasting material. And I'm talking about all of this in the joints. That's trash. That's like, and I mean, that doesn't itself make the building unsafe. But when I see this, I just think this is horrible workmanship. And so when I see block construction, I get a little skeptical versus form, because form, you just make the shape and then you pour it in with the rebar. But I mean, like, if you set blocks like this in the US, you would be fired immediately. They would not let you do this. Look at that. And then they don't even stucco over it or anything. They just leave it like that. So I'm not trying to be disparaging, but like literally it's just bad work. Sorry. It's bad. All right. That's my, again, if you compare it to this type of work, clean, straight. Actually, it was a business idea I had as far as doing precast concrete, because now they're building some properties with, let's do it. Kenya precast walls image. So I was thinking about doing a business that I think it's like this. So you could get like a yard. Yeah, these are the precast panels here. So you make these off site. So maybe there's a vendor that just makes walls in different sizes. And not just walls, but they can make all kinds of different pieces. And then you bring them to the site, and then you can just erect them at the site and build a house in like a day, or at least the exterior of the house. Which, I shouldn't be leaking all these ideas, okay? But you could build affordable housing really fast with something like this. So this is kind of like a new thing. See, these are just panels that you can pour off site. Now these are really tall, but bang, you just place them in. You got to firm them up, and you can have the exterior of a property erected really fast, and the interior walls and everything too. I think it's a cool business. I didn't mean to get derailed too much, but I think what I was trying to get at here is that this looks like that block. And so if you do block bad, especially this tall, if it's not level, you're going to have a big freaking problem. Because if you're like a couple degree angle off, or if you are a centimeter off at the bottom, by the top, you could be really off and have a slant, and now it's leaning. Load calculations go all the way to the foundation. Arbitrary adding floors is sheer insanity. Yeah, that's crazy. You can't just say, oh, well, you got to add floors. If your loads were for 16 floors instead of 18, it's literally not going to work. Jesse Whitehorn, what's going on, man? How are you? Wait, hey, member, long-time member. Good afternoon. I'm calling BS on this. If 80% was not up to par, will the government force people out their building? Yeah, that's what I get. But remember, these guys are from a trade organization that you would hire these guys for your project. So they could be right and they could be salty, but I do think the statement they made is BS. Hand cut stone versus machine cut versus concrete blocks, I think, is the difference. That's true. Hand cut stone is crazy. For such a big building, the amount of labor to do that is insane. They could barely do tile work. No, the thing is, there's the capacity for it, but maybe they hire people for really cheap that have less skills. Property Noma in Kenya does a precast solution for construction. Wall panels are precast in a controlled environment and shipped to build site. Yeah, exactly. I like that. I was thinking about that as a business. You do precast and maybe even do the precast installation. I think it's a cool business. The problem is with the precast is that, and I was trying to explain to my friend, we use wood framing because it's less labor and faster, but wood costs more than concrete itself, but it's more labor intensive. And because of our labor cost, it's cheaper to build with wood than it is to build with concrete. In much of the world where labor is cheaper, you'll see concrete construction. the thing about precast is that you can get probably a little, like you'll know what you're getting more if you're getting it from a reputable place. And they should have their own load calculations that come with the panel. But it saves labor time, which doesn't save as much money because labor's cheap in Kenya for this type of thing. So is it a viable, I mean, it is viable. I've seen people do precast in Kenya, but when labor is affordable, the benefit is less. There are Kenyan builders that design homes and precast custom panels for construction. I think that's a dope business, actually. It's very interesting to me. Hopefully, because my business partner, who I do a lot of real estate stuff with here, the flips and rehabs and such, he is like a construction master, and I really want him to come out. He's not super enthused about it, but I want him to come out because if he gets on board, we can do some real construction stuff, because I know that construction from being around doing all this stuff for a long time, but he knows intimately a lot of this stuff. And so he thought the precast was a cool concept, because you don't need a lot of land. You just get the forms, the mixers to create the precast, probably, an acre, half acre lot you could do it on. And then you get a nice truck that can carry a lot of load, and you just drop them things off, get some rebar, put them up, boom. You can concrete frame a house, a bungalow, easy. So if I move to Nairobi, how can I be sure the building I'm staying in won't collapse? This is the problem about the statements that these guys are making. Every person has to ask themselves if the building is safe. Now, I think let's keep investigating before I give my conclusion about it, because maybe it'll change. I don't know. We're still looking at stuff. So let's see what this.
And obviously, again, they need to do some structural analysis. Yeah. Because you don't know how much damage is underground. Yeah.
So, but
I didn't see the building before, but just given that we have 12-story, so 1 square meter.
Yes. Thinking about a road that road yote inatokaga hivi, like a possibility of them saying it needs to be pulled down.
But you can see that column. That column is broken. You see that first column?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And the beam is equally
There's a big
broken.
hole.
So even if you are approving, are you guaranteeing me that this column can sustain that weight up there long term?
Hell no.
Yeah. 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Hell no. That column, woo, that's insane. Look at that. I think that was from the other building damaging it, maybe, but you see how it's like not clean everything is? I wouldn't want to be in that building. See, okay, but here's the problem with this, right? You see the front side? That has a finish on it. So once you put the finish on it, you won't see what's behind here. This is the same thing as this side, but this has a finish. This is like stucco. We would call it like stucco. And so after a certain point, you won't be able to see it anymore. So that's the scary thing. Now, what you probably start seeing is cracks in this early on. And I have see this is I always look at the buildings and see if they have cracks, especially newer buildings, because then I'd be concerned. But it's hard to tell. Like, I can't go to a building and be like, oh, this column isn't big enough for this load on this building. So there's really not a way to know. And so when these trade organizations come out and say everything's unsafe, I have no idea.
The video, yeah.
Shout out to the Kenyan football jersey.
Could be very, very short. So, them against a collapse.
Waki umesign up ukitumia the promo code EKONENE, and on your
what's this article? What is all these ads, guys? Okay, so this was the other building. Also, somebody was talking about stuff collapses in the U.S. I am by no means trying to act like it's worse, but literally the architects organizations and building trades organizations are saying all the buildings are unsafe. Those are Kenyans saying that. So that's why we're looking at it. Okay. So,
Oh, God.
oops, what the heck? 2 people were killed on Saturday, Jan 10, yesterday, after a building under construction in Karen collapsed. In a statement, Nairobi County Executive Committee member for Built Environment Urban Planning, Patrick Bogo, said emergency response teams were deployed, blah, blah, blah. 7 people were rescued. Jesus, that's terrible. Upon receiving the report, Nairobi City County immediately deployed emergency rescue. Okay, yep. 7 people rescued. Well, that's really good. Pointed out that investigations indicate that substandard materials were used in the construction of the building. Initial findings show the use of substandard materials where timber gum tree supports were used instead of appropriate steel props for the double volume slab. Are we talking about rebar? Further, he mentioned that Nairobi County approved architectural plans for the building on the 14th, while structural plans received. So if you got plans that say that you're going to use steel and then they use timber, that's where, like, are they coming back and inspecting to make sure that they use the right thing? Also, why the heck are people building and using things that are going to make the building maybe fall down? Like, you should go to jail. If it, like, okay, accidents are one thing, but like making a building plan and then using worse materials, that's really bad. And is there accountability for stuff like that? I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. Do they catch people that do that? What do they do to them? Because why would you feel so emboldened to try to do that? And how much money are you really saving? It's not even worth the risk. Initial findings show, oh yeah. Further, he mentioned that, okay, yeah, the building which collapsed had reached the first floor level. And so they couldn't even, it was on the first floor and this thing collapsed. And this is after the South Sea collapse. In a statement, the Southern Borough manager said emergency and rescue teams were immediately, yeah, so we got that. Yes. It was non-compliant. The developer on record is this company. Okay. Okay, so here's the headline. We watched the video, but let's see if the what's written here is anything better for us. Professional within the building and construction industry are now calling for a speedy investigation into the South Sea building collapse, saying those who approved the additional floors. I'm confused. I don't think they were approved. Were they approved? Why is the information so all over the place? Like, I feel like that's a fact that can be known. And they should be held. See, they're blaming like the authorities that approved it, but I was reading it was not approved. The union, and you got to be careful. So in the U.S., we have labor unions, right? And if you don't hire them, they will come out and protest you and say you're horrible and do anything to try to stop your business. So I don't know if it's the same thing, but that's just something when you're looking at information, you need to know the interests of the people that are saying things. What is up with these ads? I guess they got to get paid. The union painted a grim picture of the state of buildings in the country. In the whole country, okay, revealing that 85% of the buildings within Nairobi City are unsafe. Again, a ridiculous claim which now you've invalidated yourself by making such a ridiculous claim, I think. In their address to the nation about a week after the collapse of the 16-story building in South Sea in Nairobi, the professionals drawn from the Institute of Engineers. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Let's look up what these guys are. How do I become a member? What's it cost? Membership. Okay. It's an investment in your future. Access to all journals. Okay, that's cool. You get information, webinars. They have webinars. Building initiatives, arbitration services. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's a trade organization. Okay. What else can we about? I love these. I love the shield as a dope emblem, by the way. There's no like description in the about section. About us. Oh, we develop and apply engineering to the benefit of humanity. IEK is the Learned Society of Engineer Profession and cooperates with the national and other. So, as a realtor here in the U.S., there's what we have the National Association of Realtors, and you have to pay them money, and they give you certain benefits. But if you're not part of them, then they try to box you out of doing business. So I'm pretty familiar with these trade organizations, and obviously they're all different, have different attitudes, and do different things. But it's important to understand their interest and who they are. So that's kind of why I'm just trying to familiarize myself with. And it could be a good thing. Oh, this is like their history. Most members are resident in Kenya, but there's members outside the country. They have different branches. The interests of all members are represented by Council of IKEA, which coordinates the activities. Okay, I was just trying to get a gist of what's going on, but obviously they want their people to get these jobs. Cool. The Architects Alliance, TAA. Let's check the comments here. Did you hear that 5 more floors were added to the South Sea after? Yeah, I saw that as a headline. We're gonna pull that up in a second. No one inspects once construction has started. Even adjustments of adding extra floors is plain criminal. Kenya is becoming like India and Nigeria. Can't trust anything. I know that they come and look at it when they do the occupancy certificate, but then it's kind of too late. But I don't know if they do inspect in between. It could also be a subcontractor purchasing substandard materials. And this is a lack of oversight, right? Because that could happen. You hire a contractor, they do less than what they're supposed to do. But then shouldn't you have someone on site? Like when you do these projects, the architect's usually supposed to supervise and make sure the building is being built to the architectural standards that they made the drawings. There's also issues of cutting corners on the cement quality with the cement. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That's a big concern of mine, is the cement quality. Okay, Architects Alliance. Okay, cool hats. About us. These are the people that are making these statements. That's why I really want to know more See, all it says is apply. They got documents. Okay, we're not reading that right now. All right, fine. Not much there that I can find on a quick Institute of Planners. And basically, they all got together and said all these crazy statements. Now, I don't know. All right. Yes, we heard that in the video. Who was the responsible engineer? I feel like you should know the answer to this for the South Sea thing. Yes, yep, we established that. Okay, that was covered in the video. Let's try to look up South Sea collapse 25 million bribe. Okay. Oh, this is a 30-minute video. We don't want that. Where's the article? I don't like that a Facebook post comes up as the first reference to something. Okay. What's standard media? And this is the other thing. I don't know these sources. Okay. Faulty approvals and bribery. Blame for South Sea collapse. Do we hear music? It's coming from this. Stop that. Okay. An investigator's probe. As investigators probe the cause of the South Sea building collapse, two professional bodies in the construction sector have exposed the opaque and compromised approval system used by the county government's, TAA, IEK. That's why we're looking at raised concerns over the construction control. What? We got to pay? I actually think paying for journalism is actually important, to be honest. The Daily Post. Okay, look, so this is a big claim. Let's see what the evidence is. Ronnie said they do inspect in between. Any person saying they don't hasn't handled construction anywhere in Kenya. That was my thinking. How would county officials even get their daily lunchtime bribes if they don't do inspections? And remember, the last live with FKC Legal, we asked Ardhi that, and he said his opinion was that they could probably be bribed for like small changes or things that aren't safety related, but he doubted that they would approve catastrophic safety issues, was his opinion about building inspections. And that's what his position on that was. And that's kind of where I'm at with this stuff, and kind of even what Ronnie's saying. I think, because in the U.S., if you want to add a electrical outlet somewhere and it's not on the plans, if you get a certain kind of inspector, now you got to go back to the architect. They're going to take 4 weeks to do it for such a minor thing, and then they're going to stop you, not let you do stuff. So sometimes you might try to, you don't bribe them like that, but you're just really nice to the guy and hope he doesn't flag it. Like, okay, that's not a safety issue, right? But if the column is the wrong size for the weight of the building, that's a whole different thing. So, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people, it happens in the U.S., but in Kenya, people will come on here and be like, no one's inspecting anything. Everything's corrupt. Nothing works. And I don't really buy that from my experience. Kenya does have systems. Dang, do I have a sty on my eye? And while I don't like, I feel like across all of Africa, people just say corruption to everything, without defining any of it. And I don't even think they know how these things work. That's why we're trying to deep dive into it, because just saying it's corrupt and that's why everything is messed up and just leaving it at that, it really is annoying, because how do you fix it? And how do you avoid it happening or causing a negative impact on you? Like, I feel like it's such a cop-out. And I think people need to stop doing that, to be honest. Especially in Kenya, where I feel like it's like, things get done, man. Like, good things are happening, and just to throw your hands up and just say corruption in the government. Even like those trade organizations, they were like, there's systemic problems, but like, can you give me an example? Maybe that's me because I'm not like a layman, right? Like, I'm in the industry, although in a different country. Like, I want specifics. Not, oh, there's systemic. Like, anyone that uses broad language and never gets into specifics, how am I going to listen to you? Do you even know what you're talking about? Because it sounds good to just make, and they may, and you know, maybe it was cut from the video that we covered, but I need to see more to form a real opinion. All right. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Shock as it emerges that the owner of the collapsed South Sea building paid $25 million bribe to add additional 5 floors. Again, I'm confused because there was a stop order, from my understanding, on this building. Dang, that's really bad what's happening there. Okay. How come it is no hot water in the kitchen sink? Some of them do. Some of them don't. You can get like a small water heater just put on the sink if you want. These are on lower grade developments generally where you would see that. My one in Lavington is like that, though. The hot water don't go to the sink. It's annoying. Okay. Ouch. At least 4 people, 2 security guards, and 2 e-hailed Bolt drivers together with their passengers. Oh, dang, that's really sad. Okay. Okay. According to Kilauea Ward MCA Robert Alai, the ill-fated building, said to be standing on LR number, okay, that's the lot and block number, had originally been approved for 12, but 5 additional floors were later added after a bribe was allegedly shared among officers within Nairobi County Physical Planning Department. Okay, that is a claim from this guy, Robert Alai. Is this piece of journalism going to support the claim in any way, or are they just going to make this the headline? And because some guy said it, and not some guy, he's a Kilauea Ward MCA. What's the MCA? I'm gonna look that up in a minute. Wait, let's just search that. He's a blogger and cyber activist, member for County Assembly. Okay. Oh, he's a bit of an activist. Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay. So he claimed that a number of county officers should be held accountable, including senior planning officers, development, county building inspectors, structural engineers, architects, a quantity surveyor, and enforcement officers within Langata sub-county. He suggested that those responsible could face offenses ranging from, okay. Where's the supporting information? MCA also mentioned several individuals he accused of presiding over what he termed as a wider pattern of illegal approvals. It wasn't approved. Was it? Why can't I find that information? No sound? You guys, can you hear me? He alleged that corrupt practices have enabled the mushrooming of unsafe buildings. And this is, I guess, his Facebook post. Now he's saying he was told that there was a bribe, okay? And he wants to hold every person accountable. Here's some better pictures. Jeez. My sound's low? Is this better? Can you hear me better now? Mic check, mic check. An MCA is like a council member. Lai started his career as a sensationalist activist, often writing articles to blackmail politicians. He's a known grifter. You see what I'm saying? But then this is the headline. And I have no idea. I mean, I'm just going off what you're just saying. What has happened with journalism that they publish this? You could say he said that, I guess, but what people do is they just read this and go with it. But there's literally no support that we've seen in the first couple paragraphs of this article. Yeah, see, this is a better picture of the blocks. And they do look messy. Okay, that's it for that. Do I sound better now? You see what I'm saying, guys? Like, it's really hard to know anything. And these headlines fly around because let's, hold on, let me take this down for a second. I'll bring up Instagram. Hey, Tony, is my audio better? Well, this came up. I did want to, yo, I'm loving seeing I Show Speed in Africa. Is such good energy. Is so dope. And it's the type of energy I feel when I come, to be honest. So I super relate to it. Obviously, I don't have a whole crowd of people, but like the way you can see people are interacting with them is like really heartwarming to me. And I love it so much. Anyway, let me find, I just want to see some of these stories out here. Oh, see, Speed has taken over Nairobi Gossip Club. I mean, seeing nothing about these buildings. Okay. Well, what I was trying to say is that I've seen a whole bunch, everyone's sending me all these Instagram pages, Facebook things saying there's bribes, there's this, the buildings are unsafe. And that's like the narrative that's going around. But where the heck is the backup to any of these claims? And I'm open to agree. Like, you know, I don't want to buy or be in a building that collapses. So, you know, if it's a real thing, I want to know. And how would you know? How do you know how the system works? How do you know what's being inspected and not inspected? So, you see how we've just spun our wheels, and like, what's the conclusion? This is my problem. And this is not just Kenya. This is literally the whole world. Pretty much journalism has gone down the tubes. How do we know anything? How, literally, like, okay, we see that 85% of the buildings are unsafe by these different trade organizations. Is anybody going to look into it? You won't see evidence of bribe, though, but we know it happens. Right. But you can see where something was not approved and then approved, and then it falls down. Right? But I don't think this was approved. Like, okay, but this stuff, yeah, shady dealings are hidden. But I think you could point to, okay, if you bribe someone to build something without approvals and you built it correctly, no one would know because you want to save time, right? But if you bribe somebody and the building falls down and people die, and when people investigate and look at what happened, who approved the thing that shouldn't have been approved? Or was it approved and then the developer built it in a way that it wasn't supposed to be? And then who was responsible for looking at the building during construction? And in the South Sea case, again, the initial reporting said that there was a stop work order on that building. So where is the shady dealing and bribe at? Or is the bribe, and I'm just thinking logically, I'm not, arguing. Is the bribe that they just continue doing the work and no one ever stops them, and then they sell the units or rent them out and no one ever says anything, and there's a record that it was a stop order and just no one enforced it? Is that how it works? There needs to be more transparency for the approval records. Hopefully they can put it online. Yeah, it's funny because even in the US, it's really hard. That information is like still on paper and it's not even digitized. I think digitization is really good for government transparency, right? So like Ardhi Sasa with the land registry is cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't upload all of the prior records of the deeds. But so for a building approvals, it would be good if that stuff was publicly accessible, where they would have to upload, their the architectural drawings and such. And then you could see it. And you could see the approvals, who approved it. I think it is 2026. Like, why are we not using technology for these things? I know KRA is trying to do a lot of that stuff. Yeah, another building in Karen fell down yesterday and a few people died and injured. Yep, we were just looking at that. And that was only a one story. I think the story on that one was that they were using bad reinforcement. I think they were using, instead of steel, they were using, what was it, bamboo rebar? That's crazy. Approval records are actually online. Oh, see, NEMA has them on their website. People are just late. Okay, so this is my point. I'm glad you said that. So people are saying, oh, you'll never know about the corruption. Well, who approved the thing? Shouldn't they be held accountable? No, not necessarily, because there's one thing on an approval of a drawing, and then there's a second thing on physically inspecting a property. Right? And there is a lot of construction, so, are they getting to every building? That's actually an issue here, is like, if you need to get an inspection, they might take 2 weeks to come out, and now you can't work on nothing, which sucks, and it costs you a lot of money. And Ronnie, I'm glad you brought that up, because people don't know what they're talking about in different industries. And then they're making these like big statements about the system and it not working. And it's like, dude, there is a system. People just don't know, like they don't know about it. That's what I'm trying to like learn. Like, how does this system work? And these trade organizations are saying that there's systemic issues. Well, where is the systemic issue? Where is it? That's what I want to know. And so I feel like we've gone nowhere in this. And I really wanted to, like, I was thinking I would be more enlightened on the situation, but I feel I have the same conclusion as I had, is that there are the systems in there, and if it was not approved, the system worked as it was supposed to, other than the enforcement of making sure that they stop working on the building, which then the developer's going rogue. Why are they doing that? Maybe they thought they could pay people off and get the final approvals at the end. I don't know. Like, why would they keep building something that they're not approved for? Like, that is my big question. Can you know, the government comes, shuts you down, and then you give the people the right tea, and then all of a sudden everything's approved and good to go? But all you need is a building to fall down and some people to die. And I do think that the system, you don't think they'd put people in jail for that? Or you think you can bribe your way out of it? I don't know, man. I don't know enough about Kenya and how things work for sure. But I'm always optimistic. I always lean towards the right thing will happen. And I know probably most of you, the Kenyans, are like, nah, everyone's so cynical. And I could be naive. But I mean, you guys have seen it longer than I have. So I don't know. So what does this mean for like purchasing off-plan building? I don't think it means that much, to be honest, with the proper developers that have built all these projects that, you know, again, my whole thing about buying off-plan on these apartments in Nairobi and all that stuff is look at the developer track record. That's why we look at all their older properties and see what they look like. Like if they got go in the basement, go down to the bottom floor of the parking garage and look at the columns. Do they have cracks on them? What do they look like? What's the maintenance look like? What's the amenities? Are they upkept? Is the gym falling apart? Are there leaks? Go look on the roof. What's going on? What's the water like? What's their past projects? Like, go look at all their past projects. And if they've done a good job on those ones, that's the best indicator that they'll probably do a good job on this one. Now, when you overlay, like, is the government going to make sure that your property that you buy is safe? And this is my perspective that Westerners need to understand when they come to Kenya. We'll say, Westerners are used to the government providing a level of certainty to certain things and enforcement where you don't have to look out for yourself. And when you come to Kenya, you need to do your own research and don't be an idiot. And when I mean don't be an idiot, it's like you need to have you in every aspect. Like, don't just take what people say. Don't even like, oh, it's approved. Okay, well, let me go look at what they've done before and see if it looks bad. And I think that's part of my role here is like, I know a little bit more about construction than the average person, so I'd probably be able to look at it better. But I mean, you need to seek out that information for yourself. Don't rely on the government approvals. Don't rely on anything. You got to look at it and use your own knowledge, use your own background, or use other people, or go off of use other people's information to make these decisions, I think is the biggest thing. The issue is, Ryan, that officials responsible for approving and inspecting billions are bribed to pass inspections. Right. I don't know when you got here, so I kind of laid out at what phase is that happening, and can we pinpoint when that happens? Because some of the conversation with like Ardhi from FKC Legal was that, sure, you can bribe them to approve like certain things, but not major safety issues. And if they approve a major safety issue, are they just not held accountable? When people die and things fall down, did they not do an investigation? I don't know. And look, I'm not naive to the fact that people can get paid to approve things, obviously. You'll notice one thing with these collapsed buildings, they all have a declaration of noncompliance by relevant government agencies. We might have an enforcement issue, but no sane Kenyan professional is signing off or tying their name to. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, sure, you could bribe people, but you can't bribe them to the point of making or maybe you can, but my interpretation is that I don't think you could bribe somebody to make the building where it's that unsafe. So I think we're getting to, is it the enforcement of the inspections along the way, or the enforcement of, hey, this is declaration of non-compliance, but then that doesn't stop anything? Wouldn't that be on the record somewhere? They aren't held accountable. Regarding the recent building collapse in South Sea, the building was, we established that, but the developer decided to add 4 more and bribe the inspector. Yeah, but this is what I don't understand about that, and I'm sorry to keep repeating, but there's a record that it was only approved for 12. And now there's an occupancy certificate that they have to get at the completion. And you look at the building and you say, that's 16 stories. And it was only approved for 12. How does it go from unapproved to approved? Yeah, we talked about the concrete/cement mix also. Actually, that's something that I had brought up. So let's, this is from ChatGPT, but it gives some, I was asking, they have a few building collapses and most of them are concrete construction. One of the common reasons for these type of buildings to collapse, it's rarely the concrete itself, although I don't think that's exactly true. It's almost always design, materials, execution, or oversight. Here are the most common reasons reinforced concrete buildings collapse in Kenya or similar markets. Bad structural design, undersized columns, beams, or slabs, poor load calculations when adding extra floors later, no proper structural drawings or drawings not followed. That's enforcement. Poor quality materials, weak cement mix. This is what I was always concerned about. Too much sand, poor ratios, because that will, if you make bad cement, it don't matter how you make it, that thing is going to fall apart. Low-grade steel or fake reinforcement bars. I think that was the Karen issue, is that they didn't use steel. Contaminated sand or water. Concrete looks solid, but has low actual strength. This is a concern on enforcement, because how would you know? Do you sample them? Do the inspectors sample the concrete? Poor workmanship, we talked about that. Bad rebar spacing, like is the inspector coming out there and looking at the rebar spacing? I don't know. Missing stirrups, ties, and columns, bars not properly anchored. So before they pour on the rebar, are they inspecting all that stuff? Concrete not vibrated causes voids, honeycombing. Yeah, you have to vibrate your concrete so there's not air bubbles. Overloading, yep, unapproved changes, adding extra floors after approval, changing residential to commercial, heavier materials than designed for. Poor soil investigation, because something on Paponi Road, retaining wall fell recently, which was had to do with the foundation, I believe. Building on soft clay, black cotton, blah, 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 shallow or undersized foundations. Corruption and weak oversight, inspectors signing off without real inspections, contractors bypassing approvals, regularizing illegal structures after construction. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, can you go from non-compliant to compliant with 16 floors instead of 12? Rush construction. Yep, okay. 85% is an exaggeration, but the truth is quite a number of buildings in the country are not fit for settlement, but most of them are high-rise apartments in low-income areas and slums. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't think it really applies to a lot of the stuff that we look at, but that's not good either. Like, a lot of people live in these, these mid and high-rise apartments that are made of, that are more inferiorly or Conversely made, bad vocabulary, sorry. I think as professionals, though, that you can't make these exaggerations because then people aren't going to pay attention to what you're saying. In Kenya, anything will be overlooked for money. They don't care. Yeah, but what I'm getting at is there's a record that this building says 12 stories. And then there was a non-compliance order where they were supposed to stop work. And then they make it 16 stories. What is the thing that happens that makes that approved is what I'm asking. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not looking for a general, money will let anything happen. Okay, but how? That's what I'm asking. And I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying, like, how does it, like, because look, we know this information that it was approved for 12 and they added more stories because there was a record of that 12-story approval. So are people is the government just not enforcing that? So there was never a final approval on the building? This is what I'm not understanding. What's up, man? Yeah, see, you're just reading the headlines. This is my problem. There's just a guy who said that. There's no evidence of that. The 25 million bribe. But it's just a headline with no supporting information. It could be true. Oh, Kai, what's going on, man? How are you? Are you coming up here? Because I don't even know what else to say about this thing. My condolences to the people that were killed and injured in the collapse. Yeah, it's really sad, man. And it's like working people. That's the problem with building safety, is that you should be able to go into any building and expect it to be safe. That is a government, like that's a role of the government. That needs to happen, that the government makes sure that any person going in a building is safe. Otherwise, you have to be scared to go in every building, or you got to inspect every building yourself before you go in it. Drink more water. What's going on? Said I'm buying the dip. I doubt there'll be a dip, to be honest. And that's the see, this is the crazy thing. You have a trade organization that's supposed to be reputable, comes out, says 85% of the buildings are unsafe. People run with those stories, but at the end of the day, no action. Is any action? Like, what action is going to be taken? Because the buyers are still buying. Like, these things don't add up. It doesn't make sense. The original record will be either mislaid or amended as part of the process involving the corrupt officials. Anything? Yeah. So that's what I was wondering. Like, so they delete the record of the 12 floor approval and change it to a 16. I mean, I'm assuming if you guys are saying that's corrupt, that's the level of corruption, that's what you would see. But my pushback is, why the heck do we know that it wasn't approved if it was bribed? You know? Kai, are you trying to come up here? You want to have a chitty chat? I'd love to talk to some of these trades people and stuff. You know? I hope I've done a good job of just laying out the questions and the things to think about for everybody, because that's really what I'm not trying to make much of a conclusion. I'm more like, how can we like know what's going on? More of a collapse than a dip. You know, another interesting thing going on is the U.S. is no longer funding a lot of these UN programs. And where does that leave the UN moving to? Nairobi? Also, we reported on the $2.5 billion healthcare agreement between the U.S. and Kenya, and the Kenyan Supreme Court put a stop to it, at least temporarily, because they were saying that it violates Kenyans' private, like medical privacy. Which again, I feel like these are good things because it shows that the systems are working, right? The judiciary overridden an executive action. My perspective on that, first of all, the U.S. gives all this money out, and they were giving it to NGOs, and the NGOs were scamming. You guys talk about corruption. Billions and billions and billions of dollars from the U.S. just gets corrupted and wasted all the time. And so they pulled out of USAID and all that stuff, and they were getting a lot of pushback. But if you notice, they're making direct agreements with the countries now. So that's why they made the aid package for the healthcare with Kenya directly. And I think that's better to give the aid directly to the Kenyan government. I know you guys are skeptical of the government, but honestly, I'd rather your government have the money than these stupid NGOs. Maybe you disagree, but I mean, that's my perspective. I think it gives the sovereign country of Kenya the money versus some of these private organizations that who knows what the heck they're doing, and has been found that they're defrauding and taking most of the money for themselves. Now, the wrinkle in there is that I think what the U.S. was, and this makes sense from both perspectives, right? So the U.S. says, well, if we're going to give you this aid, then we want to know like the results of the aid and what's happening. And I don't know the exact details about the exact type of information that they're getting, but in general, that makes sense, right? Like if I'm giving you money for a purpose, I'd like to know like where it's going and what the result is and if it's working or not. Because if I give you all this money in aid and then the health situation doesn't improve, you're just wasting money. On the Kenyan side, it's like, yeah, but we don't want to give you certain kinds of information about our citizens, which is also a legitimate thing. So I think it's pretty cool, that interaction. And again, when I see, I don't know, the government standing up for the people, I think that's good. I think that they'll come to a compromise agreement where like whatever information the U.S. needs or whatever, they'll be able to get at least enough of the information for it to make sense. But the problem is if I'm giving you money, I do get to kind of dictate what happens. So we'll see. We'll see. Trump just left the UN. Yeah. So, but okay. So what I was saying about that is, it seems like the U.S. though is not just pulling out of doing aid. They are pulling out of the middleman of the aid, and they'd rather make direct agreements with the countries that are going to be probably more beneficial and a little bit more, like, I don't want to say transparent, but at least the U.S. will know more of like what's happening with the money. Because I was just talking to a friend about this the other day, like the amount of taxes that we pay and the amount of money. You guys talk about corruption in Africa. We would be living in the future if the money wasn't getting corrupted the way it is. Like the amount, it's like an infinite amount of money getting defrauded all over the place. And you see that, like just in Minnesota, it's alleged that it's like billions of dollars in one city. All these programs, all these things that are, like the money's going to it and it's not resulting in anything. All this aid to all these other countries. If it actually went to the things it was supposed to go to, like the world would be like perfect. Because it's like an unimaginable amount of money that's being spent. But I think 80% of it is going to friends of politicians, the NGOs, the companies, look, I did 15 months in Iraq, okay? And I actually watched a documentary while I was in Iraq about all the, and that was the thing. When I got there, when you get to Camp Victory, which is like the major base, the airport, that's where like the main place everything comes. There's more freaking civilians there than military personnel. And when you talk to the civilians, these guys, like the lady that worked at like the shop that was the manager of what we call the PX, but it was like the store. Like it was like a general store that everyone would go to, was making like 5 or 6 times what my Army salary was to be the manager of the store. And that's a salary to a person. So just imagine what the company was, Halliburton KBR, which prior was owned by the vice president of the United States. You don't think that was their friends getting a bunch of money? They were charging, I remember watching the documentary, they were charging $50 per laundry bag to do laundry for U.S. soldiers. You know how many laundry bags I did while I was in Iraq? Do you know how much? And they were paying like Indians and Ugandans and other people for a lot of these things, and you know they weren't paying them. That they were paying the U.S. citizens, like the Western people, you know, a lot of money. But like the third-party labor that they brought in, like a sick amount of money is being wasted. It's going in people's pockets. Oh. Oh. Kai's messaging me. Okay. Longanut is what I call a Kenyan doomer. Nothing ever seems to work for them in this country, and more often than not, there's a political angle to it. I do feel like that is a very common attitude, and I have trouble understanding it, and I try to respect the opinion because obviously you guys know way more about Kenya. I do suspect that I have this theory that, okay, say you're 30 years old in Kenya, okay, and you've only lived in Kenya. I think Kenya has changed, and I talk to a lot of diasporans about this, so like it's not, I'm just not pulling it out of my butt. But the speed of change that's happening is incredible. So if you're growing up and things and the systems aren't working and bad things happen to you and there's all these problems which are very legitimate, that's going to be kind of your perspective about the place. And it's going to be hard to change that, especially in a 5 or a 10-year period where systems get better, you know, the new constitution, technology, the economy, all these different things. You're still going to have it's easy for you to have a negative attitude, which is grounded in your experience. And I know it's a weird audacity for me to say, but I have like fresh eyes on the situation, and I could be naive and I could be totally wrong and like just be an idiot. And that's possible. At the same time, maybe I'm just seeing the new Kenya/Nairobi without the bias of what's been there before. And again, I don't know if I'm right, and that's why we do these lives. That's why I do content. Maybe, you know, I'm naive. Maybe I'll be proven to be naive, or my optimism slash fresh eyes on things will be correct. I don't know. We'll see. That's the cool thing about this. We will get to see, you know. But I do think it's audacious for me to think that I know something. But some of the thing that give me confidence about that thesis is like a lot of diasporans feel similar, are starting to feel similarly, right? Because they haven't been to Kenya for a long period of time. And then they're starting to look back, especially because affordability and like the West is falling apart a little bit, or the quality of life is definitely going down. And they're looking at home, and they're seeing the change as well. I don't know. I shouldn't speak for them, but that's been my perspective. I probably speak with and meet with diasporans more than any other group of people about this stuff. So that's kind of where my perspective on this is coming from. Trump withdrew the U.S. from 31. Yeah, so my point with that was that we withdrew, but the money earmarked for these type of things probably will just go direct. I could be wrong. And even if it's half the amount of money, but it's direct, I think it'll be a bigger impact. I think you're giving the U.S. interest in Kenya Health too much credit. What do you mean? The U.S. is taking Kenya Health data. Well, if I give you money to improve your health care, should I not get some health data? Fear is who judges the merit of results shown. Oh, you're going to... Okay, let me drop the link. How do I do that? Oh, I can do that here. Okay. Oh, no, I have to log in. Hold on one second, guys. I got to do stuff so I can let Kai come up here. 1 second. Like African Growth and Opportunity Act can show plenty of results through transparency, but what is the value of these contributions to someone like Trump? You should educate yourself on the Berlin Conference and how all of Africa got corrupted from it. My cousin made $300K a year as a contractor in Iraq after his deployment. Exactly. You go from $50K a year to $300K a year. That's when I realized I was in the wrong game. I remember that moment. Literally, we did the same job in Iraq. We had the same equipment. He was a civilian for, oh my goodness, another politically connected military contractor. This is my thing, guys. Y'all think Africa's corrupt. I'm telling you, it's just legal corruption in our country. It's somebody's friend getting the money. Because I can't think of the company, but KBR Halliburton was Dick Cheney's prior company that he was running until he became vice president. And then they got all these crazy contracts to get all kinds of money for everything. And so if they're paying an employee $300,000, they're making double, triple, quadruple that for whatever their service they're providing per individual. Sorry, I'm trying to get Kai up here. Sorry. Scan the QR code again. Check your connection. What the heck is going on? All right. The U.S. spent less than 1/10 of its military spending on all of its foreign aid in 2024. It's projected to be less than 1/25. Okay, that's all military spending, not foreign aid. Fresh eyes can help. I think that's part of what helps a lot of yeah. Also, though, like the thing about immigrants are that, especially coming to the U.S., it's really hard to come, especially now. So the people that are able to make it are usually exceptional people. So like, regardless of what country they're coming from, these people have got a lot of, they did really well to be able to do what they're doing. It makes sense that there would be growing pains considering the rapid development in Kenya, and reports like this only help to strengthen foundation before problems bubble over when it's too late. That's true. Like we saw in Nigeria. How many other units didn't collapse but were still invalid? That's a great question. That 300K and Ryan's anecdote are both military spending, not foreign aid. Yeah, that's military spending. Trump wants to increase military spending by $500 billion. That's more than all the foreign aid spent. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's foreign aid, but I'm just making the point that the first of all, just overall the amount of money going anywhere is an insane amount that's unfathomable. Secondly, we have corruption. It just works differently. Regardless, I would love to see more regulation around security and infrastructure in Nairobi. What do you mean regulation? I'm optimistic mid to long term. Sorry, Kai. I'm trying to find a way to do the. Here, Kai. I'm just gonna put it in the chat, and then you can grab onto it. There you go. If you want to come on, there it's in the chat now. I'm optimistic as well. So I think the general concept though is like, if the money, I don't like a lot of government programs because I think most of the money goes to not the thing that it's meant to do. So if you're like, if 80% of the money gets lost to private capital or NGO, the people in the middle, the middleman or whatever, just think about it. I mean, it's trillions of dollars. You know, I think it's better to just give, instead of all these programs, like Andrew Yang was talking about UBI, Universal Basic Income. Why not just pool all the money and give it to every individual and let them do whatever they're going to do versus all these programs that need screening and this and that and all kinds of crazy stuff. The U.S. has better marketing for its corruption while calling out everybody else's corruption to make it look like we have. Exactly. I'm telling you guys, government inherently lends to corruption and waste. And every program is going to have corruption and waste and inefficiency. Obviously, our systems operate better, but just something to think about. Regulation as in transparency around building material. Oh, that type of safety. As stated in the 85% article, faulty foundations substitute cheaper materials. This only helps build invest. Yeah, absolutely. I think that headline could be potentially very damaging. I wonder if they're going to address anything about it. Because if people see that and then they stop buying or get scared or don't want to, participate in that. This is what I think Kenya's biggest weakness on the, if you were going to play the downside, is like right now, I think Kenya benefits of, I think, being highly respected in the international community, especially against the other African countries. For like the U.S. is being really weird with a lot of countries, like they're banning. There's a lot of travel bans in East Africa, and Kenya's not on any of those lists. Kenya never makes any of those lists. And this is kind of messed up stuff that the U.S. is doing to some degree. But if Kenya's foreign policy that's why the UN's coming, because Kenya is a great place to go to compared to all the other places in the region. And so if they lose that ranking for whatever reason, the buildings are unsafe, just general safety or security, all these kind of things, a lot of things could change for the worse, especially economically, I think. So managing, like what you're saying here, with even the buildings and all that, like this is a very damaging thing. I missed the 85% convo. Will this headline hurt real estate price? I don't think it does, because I think most of us are skeptical of seeing this news, but I feel like I shouldn't be skeptical of seeing that. Like, again, these reputable organizations just shouldn't be making these type of comments without more backing to them. Or they should provide the information on why they're saying that. Because if you're saying these buildings aren't getting inspected properly, how do you know 85% of them are unsafe? Any form of hierarchy has corruption. I'm my own boss and best believe I'm not working as hard as I was as an intern, But proper checks and balances go a long way. Transparency is vital in a democracy. Absolutely. There better be a huge discount on these buildings. Man, ain't no discount worth your life, you know? But I do think it's like, you know, the like someone was saying earlier, like the lower income stuff. I don't think it has to do with like the type of market that I'm covering generally. But it is like, regardless, you don't want buildings falling down, and especially the lower income people shouldn't have to deal with unsafe buildings either. Like, that's not acceptable at all. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't know what popped in my mind, but that precast concrete thing, some of you guys missed that conversation, but I think that's a good business. I'll just lay it out for you guys. In the back of my mind, this concept has been sitting there, and I've viewed other projects that are kind of similar, but kind of combining all the different themes of things that I'm interested in. Building like affordable housing, but like respectable affordable housing, and when I say affordable housing, I don't mean government housing. I just mean like homes that are at very affordable prices for middle or lower income people, combined with that precast construction concept where you have basically the whole house you can precast, and then you just go and erect it at the site, which should really make you be able to build them fast but safe and like repeatable. You know, you get 10 acres divided in quarters. That's 40 lots. And then maybe you leave 10 lots for road and infrastructure. And then you put 30 affordable houses, hopefully, like, and it, you know, I don't know the pricing. This is why, it takes a lot more information. Like, how cheaply can you build a 2 or 3 bedroom bungalow, precast concrete, quality though? Because you would have to charge 50% of the total cost at least. So, you know, if it costs you 3 million shillings to build it, well, I guess that would be 100%. You sell it for 6. 6 is kind of a lot. Like, how low could you get the price, I wonder, and still be profitable? Reasonably profitable, though. That's definitely something I'd be interested in doing, but I don't know if there's a market for that. The problem is in Kenya, like, it's the wealth divide's high. So, like, and this is the same issue in the U.S. is people build expensive houses before they'll build cheaper houses because it's more profitable to do so. But I don't know. It's something that I wanted to look at. Also, just as a business, just making the actual precast and installing it, the precast walls, is a really intriguing idea to me, and maybe for some. And I think some of y'all that know construction could really do well because there's so much building going on. Like, even road building. Like, I know some people that are in labor unions and stuff that build roads. Man, you could come and really do really well. And you're providing such a good service, especially if you're doing a good job. Again, lots of opportunity. For real. Let me get that Lego build studio for my next Airbnb. Yeah, I mean, okay, you get a half acre. You get all the different forms for being able to build the precast for erecting a home. And now you can have different models that people can just buy easily. Oh, look. What's up, buddy?
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Wait, can you guys hear? Because I have problems sometimes when we do this. Let me know if there's an echo or something. It sounds good to me, but...
Hey, Ryan, how you doing, man? Happy New Year's, man. Happy New Year's, everybody.
Output and input device is the same. Okay. Guys, let me know if there's echo, because sometimes it is. Got the 49ers jersey? Wait, we're playing.
Yes, we're Ryan's rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh,
and I'm rooting for him. Hold on, there's an echo. Hold on.
Oh, Oh, there is an echo. It's me. Crap. Hold on. It's me. Is that better?
Let me see.
That might be
No, I
better.
hear echo on myself. Hold on.
Uh-oh, next Passport Bro Grift is going to be construction seminars. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yo, that Passport Bro stuff is going crazy.
Yeah, it is. It really honestly is.
Niner Nation. Is the echo gone?
No, it just keeps on repeating itself, but I'll just ignore it.
Oh,
I'm just going to have to talk slow.
Wait, let me guys in the chat, tell me how it sounds. Wait, let me go to my, I got to figure out my audio issues here, because, hold on 1 second. Okay. Dang, I got to remember my mic check. Say something?
Testing.
1 second. Kai is echoing. Dang, I got to remember my mic check. Say something?
Testing.
Oh, okay. Why is that happening? Okay. Maybe that should fix it. I don't know.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't hear anything at that point.
Say something.
Testing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, now I can't hear you.
But I can hear you.
What?
The echo is gone, but I can hear you. Oh, now it came back.
Now the echo's back.
Yeah.
I
can say what I needed. Yeah, I can say what I need to say.
The people are hearing the echo.
Oh, they're hearing it as well?
Nope, see, that's down. Oh, my bad. It's Boomer Nation. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you have a complicated setup for this.
Testing.
Wait,
Yeah,
do I
still
mute
similar.
this? Now can you hear?
Hello.
Nope.
Now I don't hear my echo. Oh no, it came right back, but
I'm
it is what
playing.
it is.
It's me. I'm having to figure out how to fix it. See if I mute this. See, then the people can hear you, but I can't hear you.
So you can't hear me?
See, now it's better, right? But now I can't hear him.
Yeah, I don't hear echo on my side.
Hold on. Well, I don't. No. I'm a production junkie. It's got to be good. I'm sorry, guys.
Content has to be good.
I fixed it before, but I don't remember how I fixed it.
I don't hear echo when I speak right now. I don't know. Is everybody else hearing me or no?
That's crazy. Oh wait. Say something.
Testing.
Oh no, I have it muted here. Okay. Are the 49ers going to win?
Yeah, they're going to beat your team, the Philadelphia Eagles. That's the reason why I'm wearing this uniform.
Wait, I think I fixed it. I hear you now.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Do you guys hear a feedback?
I'll say testing.
All right, I hear you now.
Yeah. I hear myself, but it's from a distance now. It's not so loud, so I don't think it'll interrupt anything. But if the people we'll see.
I see. Okay, hold on. I got this. I got it. I got the solution. Okay. Does that do it? Nope. I'm being a boomer. Sorry, guys. All right, we'll just do it like that. All right. Cool.
Ryan, how you doing?
Up, oh, wait. Where'd you go?
Can you hear me? I'm right here.
Okay, I got you.
Bro, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we are talking about a bad subject. I just wish everybody a happy New Year's. I think the thing that I wanted to say is first, my condolences to the people that died and got injured in that collapse. It's very disheartening to see those type of things. I was doing some research, and I don't want to necessarily focus on the collapse of a C-section, but I wanted to bring up a case that came up here in Miami, the Surfside collapse of the
Oh yeah.
condominiums. This is like a multi-billion-dollar construction that happened, and in 2021, I believe, or 2021, there was a huge collapse. It's a twin building, so one collapsed, the other one is still standing at this point. But it echoes the warning signs that we're seeing universally in this industry with Surfside condominiums. There were since 2018, there were warning signs that it needed remediation. There was corrosion. There was steel reinforcement that needs to be done. There were code violations that were needed to be done. And of course, they said, based off of some of the articles I read, that there was some corruption. I don't know if they're reputable articles, but since 2018, they put 17 million into remediating this condominium, and then 2021, the collapse hit. Um, this is the stuff that the warning signs that we see universally, that hopefully as buyers and investors in any place that we're doing it, US, Africa, wherever, we need to start making a stand to talk about these issues. We need to start asking these questions to the developers, or what are they doing to make sure that these collapses don't happen. When a building collapses anywhere, it destroys the economy of that area. And what we're trying to do as investors, or as people that are trying to leave America or wherever you're leaving from and go to the beautiful country of Kenya, is to live there, to thrive there, to bring our families there, and possibly to help promote businesses, create businesses which can create jobs, various things that we want to do. So when you see these collapses, it's not good for anybody. Let me tell you guys the stats of what happened after this collapse. It took $1 billion of damage. In a settlement, they paid 1.7 to 1.8 billion just to settle for the people that passed and got killed. About 98 to 93, I think, people died in this collapse.
Yeah, it says 98.
Right. So at this point, this is not good for business at all for anybody. Not only did they have a budget to create this building, they had to also put 17 million into it to remediate it, and then at the end of it, they had to pay 1.7 billion to a settlement. So this kills any development, any economy in any type of situation. So this needs to be something that I'm feeling that we have to emphasize, even when we're going through these periods of looking at these places, on what are the safety ramifications that they're doing, the documents that they're doing to make sure that they're instilling a building that doesn't collapse. Now, here's on a smaller scale, see how Ryan does the whole grout situation, right? But the little things lead to the big things, right? The little things lead to the big things. We have to really have a strong voice in talking about things that we're not comfortable with, because these issues are happening worldwide, and we can't have these collapses happen, especially when we are talking about moving our families to all these different locations. And this is not specifically talking about Kenya. This is just anywhere in general. And as you see, it happens around the world. Our backyard in Kenya,
Yeah, and the U.S. builds way less things, right? So like the probability is way lower just on that sense.
Mm-hmm.
And in places that are developing a lot, I know this happened. There was something in Nigeria. I think there was, like, you hear about it in a lot of different places, not just Africa. I think, what was it? Was it Malaysia? An Asian country where that happened
Right.
as well.
There was a collapse
was
over
a
there.
fire.
Yeah.
I think these things happen when there's more building going on, for sure.
Right.
So that's one thing to put in context. But building, the thing about building is, like, you do need someone to ensure safety, because even if us are looking at projects, there's no way that we can like inspect the building to know if they use the right cement mix.
Right. Right.
As people coming later, or even resale. Maybe, you know, you rent it out for 2-3 years and then someone else wants to buy it. How the heck would anyone know?
Right.
And so
Right.
it's one of those times where the government is really important on inspecting things, because you can't just leave it to the private companies to always do things perfectly.
But as you see, Ryan, just to add to that, how damaging it is. If there's a building that collapses in any government, here or anywhere, that detracts business from that economy as a whole.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
because if you don't feel like it's safe, then you just don't want to be anywhere around
exactly.
there. Every building I go into is unsafe. That's why I have a little bit of a problem of the headline. They're saying 85% of the buildings are unsafe.
Right. And that doesn't make any economy, Kenya or wherever, look good when people are saying that. If especially if they don't have backing when they're saying that 85% is pretty steep. And I hope that they have backing in that, but that does not look good for
They
anybody. So
didn't
it
earlier.
behooves.
I don't know if you were on, but I couldn't find any like concrete sources behind what they're saying, other than they said that somebody surveyed 10,000 buildings and said that, or 15,000 buildings and 10,000 of them are unsafe. But
Right.
I kind of don't buy it, because how are you you're saying that the government isn't inspecting or doing their job, but then
Mhm.
you're saying that you were able to look at them all? I'm kind of skeptical. WealthStack says it's Chinese development, the common denominator. I don't think these developments are Chinese that are the ones that have been collapsing, actually.
Yeah, I want to know what the developer was that did this. Ryan, did you talk about my belief on this is that when you look at past projects, going to these
Yep,
different locations, looking at the structure of those past projects, I
that's your
think is
best
very
protection.
important. Now, I'm not an expert at this or anything else like that, but if you, now more than anything, you got to look at the track record of these developers and then actually, look at the past projects that they had from their first one to their latest one,
The first
because
place I stayed was on Gong Road. I'm not going to name the place, but it was like just recently built. And I don't know if it's superficial or not, but like some of the concrete finish on was already like flaking. I'm
mm,
like, is this
mm.
safe? You know? But
Now, when you're
I don't.
walking through these places, Ryan, now with this latest collapse, how are you going to be looking at it? Are you going to be looking at it in a different way, or do you feel
I
that the
think I
way?
always look at the concrete, because I've heard of these concrete buildings collapsing. So I always look at it, but the only thing that I would know what to do is like probably something good is to go to the parking garage and look at the pillars and see if there's any
Mm,
crack. But the only way after they put the coatings on, like the finish on the concrete, is see if it cracks, because you don't know what
mm,
the cement mix is. You don't
that's
know.
interesting.
You don't know the load. Like you don't know how big the column is supposed to be for that load of the building. I
Hmm.
don't know that. Like how would you know that the diameter of the column that it's supposed to be? Is it,
Hmm.
4 feet, 2 feet? I have no idea. How many columns they're supposed to have for the weight? I have no idea.
Do you think that people who are new to these developments can get slightly educated about, like, what to look for when you're walking through an open development? Do you think that there's like lessons that you should learn as far as construction is concerned, maybe the basics of construction that can help you kind of get a
The
gist of?
structural integrity is hard to know.
Mm,
I think, when we go to like some of the developers and like their sales office is in a junkyard,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
how that's where I get the impression of how they do things.
Mm.
Just
And
like
that
you're
turns
saying,
you off immediately.
the
Yeah.
tile's finishing, but like, how are they overall doing things? And what did their past projects look like? I mean, that'll tell
That's
you. I think the
interesting.
past project is the biggest safety thing to do, is look at what they've done before.
That's
But
interesting.
yeah, like, how are you trying to sell me this thing and There's no bathroom here.
And we're in a junkyard.
You know, like, you got to use your intuition. I was talking about it before. Like our Western attitude, we usually trust. We offload responsibility of due diligence to other people, and you have to take on 100% of the responsibility of your own understanding of things, right? Like, go look at the past projects. Just because their renderings look good, just because they're wearing a nice suit, just because whatever, no one
The
can
euphoria
ensure
too.
your safety
Right.
other than you.
Yeah. And remember that
So,
you're putting your family into these buildings. You should do the due diligence that you possibly can, as much as you possibly can, to make sure that you're comfortable with what's going on. And sometimes that includes the hard questions that you have to ask, you know?
yeah, but then don't listen to the answers.
Mm, yeah.
It's funny. O'Shea Duke Jackson has been having the Kinganda podcast about the indirectness in East Africa. And no one, I don't have a problem with it. Like, he really hates it, but no one will really tell you no directly generally. So when you're asking the developers things, they usually aren't going to just say like bluntly no. I remember we talked about that because you're like, they said they'd look into it. I was like, bro, they're just saying no. You know what I mean? So when you're saying ask hard questions, I mean, you are talking to the salespeople.
You're right.
So
But
like,
then this is where you go above the salespeople and you start talking to the developer. And in particular, I think when it comes to new development, I've managed to meet the developer. So why not ask those questions,
yeah.
And
So,
especially now.
but my thing is, don't listen to their words, see their reaction, right? Because they're not going to tell you, like, they're going to try to tell you what you want to hear, but like, how confident are they telling you
Right.
that? And like, does it make sense? Because I
Right.
know I get worried in our videos. Like, I'm not going to directly challenge the people right then and there about things that I don't think is accurate or agree with.
hmm
So just
But how
be
do you gain the knowledge in a system like that where people are beating around the bush and not telling you, giving you a direct answer? How do you gain knowledge from
if
that,
they don't give you a direct answer, it's whatever answer that is probably not good.
Mm,
That's
that's a good
like
answer.
if they don't give you a direct answer, it's no or something that they don't want to tell you.
Mm,
Like, you should be skeptical about things.
I think so. I think so. It's a very sad situation. I don't know. Maybe we might go over there and just see what it's looking like. I don't know, but um, it's something definitely that you need to be concerned about and explore.
How do you guarantee that they are honest about the developments? I think that nothing is guaranteed.
No.
I think when you do your contract, there's things that you can do. Make sure the layout's in there. Make sure the amenities are listed. Make sure the square meters are in there. Completion date language. That's why we do this stuff, because these tips will definitely help you.
And I'm sorry to say this too, just to add to what you're saying, Ryan, you got to take everything with a grain of salt. And I'm not saying that we're the experts, we're two guys just, trying to figure this out ourselves, and we're just allowing and just opening up so we can have this discussion in a safe space. But you have to take everything. I don't care if it's here in America. I don't care if it's in beautiful Kenya, wherever, Europe, London, whatever. You got to take it with a grain of salt. At the end of the day, this is your guys' hard-earned money. Kenyan, European, American. This is all our hard-earned money. And you are now making a business decision or an exchange to where you're buying a place that you want to move, increase your quality of life, whatever the purpose is that you have. So these questions have to be asked, and the assertiveness of getting the answer has to be, you have to do that to try to see if you can feel within yourself comfortable with this move, you know? if that makes sense.
And it's easy to get caught up in the hype. If you start looking at off plan and you want to buy something and it's your first time buying something overseas or something, you get really excited. You do have to take your time.
Yeah,
But
and
that's
here's the
why we
funny thing about
there's
it
a lot
too.
of good content on this channel about
Yeah,
like tips and things that I wish I knew when I first was looking at stuff even, you know.
right. And
Yeah.
the thing like what Ryan said too, like you get caught up in the euphoria. There's times that me and Ryan will go look at a bunch of developments. They treat you like a king, as rightfully so, good customer service and everything else like that. And then we go to 270 and we're on this rooftop overlooking a beautiful view, just really enjoying the moment. You got to catch yourself sometimes, just being in like a dreamlike state, and make sure that you are definitely checking the boxes of what you feel comfortable with, you know.
And the pressure at the same time is they actually do sell out very
They
fast.
do. They do. They do. They do.
Because
Because it's
I always thought it
beautiful.
was a marketing thing, but no, they do
No,
sell
no,
out.
we actually walk the pavements, and it's literally, you know, if you don't get in early, it's taken up. It's taken up, you know.
I
But
think as you get comfortable, you can start moving faster, but on your first purchase, you should just take it
slow it
easy.
down, because I think that there's always going to be another development at this moment. Let me say that real clearly. At this moment, I think there's going to be a lot of good developments online, and I think if you follow Ryan, you know, you can maybe get in on those new developments that might start popping up and everything. But it's all this is a good place to start to learn your education on what you need to possibly look for, because it is very nerve wracking, you know, to do this.
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of pressure to buy. What
Mm,
stops the developer from lying if there's no accountability or legal recourse? Well, there is accountability and legal recourse. I
right.
think when we talk to FKC Legal, when I have them on here, I mean, they have done cases against developers and such. So there is some recourse. I just don't think you should rely on that. I think your best protection is the track record.
I think so too.
Don't work with people that aren't reputable. Don't work with developers that haven't done stuff yet.
Don't feel rushed. Don't feel rushed. Don't Just take your time with this. And you know what? It might be a deal that you love, but if you feel some uncertainty inside of you, just walk away from it.
Yeah, you got to use your instinct. But the problem is, we've done real estate, so our instincts are better than someone that isn't in the industry like that.
Hmm. Hmm.
But that's why this channel's here. That's why like
Yes.
consultations or like the membership, people can reach out. I'm not trying to plug it like that, but actually like you should ask someone. Like you don't do it on your own if you don't have experience. That's not a good idea.
You know
Um,
how you know the saying when they say you go cheap, you're gonna have to pay for it
mhm.
twice. It's double the cost. Like if you try to get your kitchen done and you go cheap
Oh,
on it, and then
every
eventually all
time.
this stuff is all messed up, you got to redo the whole thing. It's the
Terrible.
same kind of concept, you know. Pay for the knowledge, you know, so you can at least hit the
Especially you're
ground
spending
running.
millions of shillings. Like, come on
Yeah,
now.
millions of shillings. Yes, yes.
Talk to somebody.
Talk to somebody.
Wait, where are you in California? You got the
Yeah,
snow
I'm
a
in
wall.
California. I
I
just came
thought
back from
so.
the East Coast, and then it snowed down. Me and Ryan were supposed to meet, but then it snowed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not
I
asking
hate
Ryan
going outside.
to drive in the snow to come and meet me. So, but you know, we kept it connected. That was really cool. And yeah, I'm back here, and you know, I plan to come down to Nairobi, like around the same time that you're going. So it's gonna be some good times when we get down there. You know?
Yeah, there's a lot to do. I want to get to the coast, and I want to go to Kisumu also, but we'll see.
Okay, definitely a
We
lot
will
to
see.
discuss. Definitely a lot
Yeah,
to discuss.
yeah. I live in Kilimani, and within the last year, so many buildings have gone up so quickly. Additionally, the closeness of them is truly unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the same thing that happens in developments over here in the US. I mean, people are losing space. It's gotten to a point where they have like a separation, but you can literally jump from one roof to the other without effort, you know? So space is becoming premium, you know? I just hope that quality is reinforced while
I
they do those things.
I'm really excited to see, and most of the doomers on Kenya don't care, but Nairobi County is supposed to come out with a new zoning code that will affect the distance between buildings and setbacks and such. I'm curious if it's going to be a good plan or not, because there was a case that the courts mandate that they have to come out with new zoning, so we'll see.
I see.
But if you're buying something out there, yeah, I mean, you got to look around and also assume that your view may be blocked.
Now they're saying that the issue in Karen is that it was really strictly regulated, but I don't. Obviously, it wasn't strict enough, I guess.
Like the building that collapsed in Karen was like a 1 or 2 story building, though, so it's regulated as far as like the building height.
I see what you're saying.
I don't know about like the execution of inspections of the thing, you know.
That's interesting.
88 Nairobi is using European building codes. Okay. Yeah, the speed in which things are going up to meet the influx of Nairobi newcomers is kind of scary. MH, what's going on? How are you? Lots of members on here today.
Oh, look at the sound effects. Rod's got some sound effects now.
They said, Kai, when are you going to Kenya?
I don't know. Maybe February. I mean, I don't know specific dates yet, but when I do go, I think Ryan's going to go down there soon, so we'll all connect around that time. But yeah, probably soon.
I'm never staying.
Hold on, easy. What you about to say? Go ahead.
For the winter time ever. This is like I stayed for the holidays, and then I didn't even do any holiday stuff. So
what, you just stayed indoors? It was snowing and everything?
Well, my family didn't really get together or anything like for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'm like, dude, I could have left. Like once it started.
And you would have been in summertime too.
Exactly.
Oh, in December in Kenya. Woo!
I messed up. I really wish I was there for December.
Oh man, yeah, December in Kenya, especially Nairobi. You guys can back me up on that. It's just amazing. I didn't even know until I stumbled upon it.
Oh, what's the new live channel? It's a pinned comment with the link for the live channel. Diplomat is coming up fast. Does that worry you? The speed of it isn't concerning. I actually use ChatGPT.
I think they're on schedule. You could say that they're on schedule. Can't we say that, Ryan?
I think they're on like the 10th or 12th floor or something like that.
Yeah, but I think that they're within the same schedule that was told to us.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, because Jesse Whitehorn, one of the members here, always asks, because concrete needs to cure for a certain period of time. So you can only pour so many levels before you need it to like harden. And it can take like months for it to harden fully to 100%. So the speed can be a concern because if you keep pouring on top of it, you can damage the lower parts of the concrete. But when I was asking ChatGPT about the cure rate for like that size building, and it was in line when I asked it about a different project. Can it be wrong? I don't know. I'm not a structural engineers, but apparently the speed was safe from what it was saying.
Now, do you remember the first development of the Diplomat that we went to, the older building? When was that built? Was that built in 2000 or?
The original.
The original. Remember, we went old school. If you guys haven't watched that video, look at that video.
Yeah, that was an old building.
I didn't see. Well, I don't know. Can you remember any structural issues with that?
That's the first thing I look at. I would have noticed.
Yeah, you would have noticed that immediately. Yeah, so I didn't see it myself.
Literally, what I'm looking for is like cracks and problems like that. I don't remember seeing any.
The key thing
other than it being like an older like decor style, I didn't find any problems with it.
I didn't find any problems with it either. But the one thing I really want to emphasize, guys, what Ryan always says is do your due diligence. I mean, you guys got to check out the resumes of these developers. I think even now it's more important for us to do that. I mean, with this recent collapse that happened, I think you guys have to do due diligence. Go there multiple times if you need to. I mean, whatever you can do, I think it's really good to kind of look at the resumes of these developers.
I think you're crazy if you don't look at their track record and
There you
actually look
go.
at the properties. I mean, and then because the wandering investor guy, the developer that he's buying that penthouse from is a new developer.
So this is a new building?
A new developer and a new development.
Mm.
Now, what I was told about the developer is that they're like a higher rated one that builds in China already. So they consider them better than some of the, because what was explained to me, and again, I'm just saying what was explained to me, I don't know.
Right. Right.
Is that like a lot of the developers that were maybe priced out of China or other markets that they would want to build came to Africa, because they build in other countries as well, not just Kenya, and start there as like their rookie
Developments.
But what's been happening is that Nairobi has been so good that some of the bigger Chinese developers are starting to come.
Let me ask you this, Ryan, and I don't know if you talked about this, but I personally feel that it seems like Nairobi is good universally for business. You got the UN coming there. You have all this international business that's coming there. You're seeing the developments. It seems like no one is saying bad things about Kenya when it comes to international business.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, and I didn't want to get too political, but Kenya has been navigating international politics very well. Like the U.S. is being a bit belligerent, especially in Africa, and Kenya finds itself getting all the new trade deals.
Yeah.
They're not on any of these negative lists with travel bans or terror watch things or anything. So, and China, the East, Russia, China have good relations as well
with Kenya. Yeah.
So like I don't know, is it like Switzerland? Like they're like a place where like everybody likes to be, like internationally is well renowned in the region. Interestingly, Ethiopia is doing very well, but I think that's kind of maybe their thing is that they're a bit more secluded, which is they've never been colonized and all that kind of stuff, and they stay on their own. Kenya's more open internationally, which is probably the difference between the two countries.
Yeah, Kenya and Ethiopia. You're right.
But I'm interested I'm hoping to try to either go to Cape Town or Ethiopia on this trip as well. So we'll see.
Oh wow! You got to tell me when you do that.
Yeah, maybe it'd be better
because I really want to go to Cape Town. Yeah,
you got energy. Kai's got the energy because sometimes I'll stay in the room. Kai's like, let's do this, let's do that. But I like it. I need it because I'm like.
I dragged out Ryan a few times and he enjoyed himself. People, I dragged him out of him a few times and he enjoyed himself. So
I enjoy it every time. It's hard for me to pick myself up to do it.
So. Yeah, no, and Ryan has come through for me sometimes too. In my oh man, I'm in an awkward situation. He would come and save the day, man. So Ryan has come and saved me as well. People,
clean it up a little bit. The team.
Oh my gosh. But I just wanted to come on, Ryan. I wanted to wish you a safe travel. Once again, I'm so sorry about what's happening with those people that got injured and the people that passed away. The one thing I just wanted to say, people, is please your voice means something. All our voices mean something. And if people and the developers that you talk to and all these, wherever you are from, if you keep on raising the topic of we are very concerned, we don't want to collapse, we want to make sure that this place is properly regulated, all our voices combined could possibly change another collapse from happening, So let's just do our due diligence and just be positive about this and be assertive in these times, most definitely when it comes to purchasing these properties.
Yeah, you're good at that. You definitely ask the tough questions.
We all do. We all need to. Most definitely. Yeah. But I'll talk to you soon, Ryan. It was good talking to you, brother.
Good talking to you, man. Good to see you. I can't wish your 49ers well. I haven't been
Yeah, I wish
watching.
you personally well, Ryan, but I can't wish your Eagles well today.
You know, I used to watch every game, but I've been out since we won the Super Bowl the first time. So I'm
Okay,
not
so you left on a good
invested.
note, right? You left on a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
note.
yeah. There's only down from there. So quit while you're ahead. You know.
Good while you're ahead. That's definitely it. Most definitely. All right,
Yeah,
people.
man. Good to see you. We'll talk.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk. All right, brother. I'll talk to
See
you.
you, man. Oh, that was cool. You know what's funny about that kind of stuff? Because if you guys didn't know, Kai and I met in Kenya. We don't know each other like that from then, but we've been super close. But it's weird, like when you're out of sight, out of mind, it's hard to stay in contact with people sometimes. So it's always good to like stay in contact. And I think he's coming in Feb, so we'll be doing stuff, content. Pause. Weird. Strange. Uh, um, what do you guys think about upgrades, optional finishes like wall panels, better done by developers or after build contractor? I got a private person to do mine. I didn't use the developer just because they were unresponsive. Can you negotiate it cheaper? Probably from the developer, probably, but also they might have less options. So if you want custom, different type stuff, you might do it after the fact. Also, you need to get the place painted because they only give you like the flat paint. You got to get like a matte or not a matte, eggshell finish or something like that. They would call it silk. Otherwise, your walls are a little dusty. I remember that issues were most cracks in the tiles. Oh, yeah, over there. That could be from use, but also from maybe... No, concrete don't move like that, I don't think. The collapses are honestly scary. They are new to the Kenyan market, but they are well established. Yeah, that developer that we were talking about, not a mom and pop shop. That's what I've heard, but there's a big difference between what I've heard and what I've seen or know. You know, so that's what they're saying about that developer. You guys remind me of Earn Your Leisure. Hey, that's cool, man. Those guys do really good. That'd be dope. Let's see how the elections go. The youth still aren't happy. That's what, you know, with all the... This is an African thing in general. There's so much human capital and people. You got to find things for the youth to do that can give them a life of dignity. How can you put the people to work, and not just work where like work, but you're rewarded for your work and build the country? Because if they can, if you can create an environment where the young people can get to work, and some be entrepreneurial and just, you know, bring more people into the middle and upper middle class, that's the way to go. You know, because that is because there can be resentment of foreign investment if it's only benefiting a select few. That's kind of why I was having an affordable housing like concept that I was thinking about, right? Buying that from a brand new developer is kind of wild. I heard he got a big discount for marketing the building, though. Kind of seems like it sends a weird signal to investors if he's, you know, that's going to be a thing that's going to come up with me because the integrity of what I do and then the relationships with the investors and what they can offer or whatever they're going to do does become an issue. And I try to be as transparent about that as possible. Nothing really has popped up yet like that, but the developers have been reaching out to me, some of them. So it's definitely something to look at. I don't think the wandering investor just bought it for marketing purposes. But, and this is the thing, like if you can leverage what you're already doing to get some benefits for what you're already doing, I think it's cool. But like, I don't want to ever advertise because they paid me to advertise unless it was like very specifically known that this is a paid advertisement, you know? But I think about the ethics of that stuff a lot, and that's a good question. But actually, I have a pretty exciting business announcement that will be coming out that I think aligns or is in alignment with what I'm already doing, that I think will be able to help people. Because if you guys reach out, I could give advice, but I feel like you're still in the Wild West coming out here or coming out to Kenya, right? Like, and doing stuff from the West because you don't know. So somebody that can hold your hand throughout the entire process, very helpful and beneficial. Kenya's next 10 years is looking kind of fire on the investment front. Heck yeah. Wise words, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Kai's questions are always top tier. Yes, they are. I always prefer when he's around for that kind of stuff. You met live on a video. Yeah. TZ, yeah. We should be partnering with Kenyan business owners for youth programs, apprenticeships, so they don't all want to ride or go abroad. I think they need opportunity. But yeah, I agree with that. Like construction, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Kenyan government will hire a Chinese company to build a road. You have all these youth here that could be building the roads. And I don't know, factories and these apartments and whatever's, there's so many things to build. The problem is, how can you get them to be able to build it, but also that they're getting paid enough for it, like, to benefit them? Because, I mean, it's kind of happening in the U.S. People are just living to work, and that's not good. Like, you should be able to have upward mobility when you're working hard. Because otherwise, why the heck am I going to work this job that I can barely, like, it doesn't do anything for me? Like, you need to reap some of the rewards of the overall pie of what's happening. And I think that's really important. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Actually, there's an American, I think his name is Jeremy. I met him before. He's been doing a vlog, like a light-skinned dude. He's a behavioral health person for kids, I guess, like autism and like those type of things. And he's done conferences with the behavioral health people in Kenya. I think stuff like that is really cool. Like, I like people that are bringing like a trade or a skill, because having two different perspectives from the U.S. and a Kenyan perspective, and bringing your skills to Kenya and, like, doing whatever your profession is I think is really good. For example, construction. Oh my goodness, like a tile company, or a school, like a trade school that teaches people how to do, like we were talking about the concrete blocks and how messy they are. Like a trade school where you get certified maybe by the school, and then there's you get a reputation for the certification, and so you can get hired, and people will know that you are going to be able to do a good job as far as these the building or finishes. I think there's so much opportunity for that, for people, especially with the expertise to do so. I think if you have a skill and you're just doing okay in the U.S. or wherever you're from, I think there's a lot of opportunity, because the people are there. The youth there's a lot of educated youth. There's a lot of people hungry to do things. And if you could bring your skills and transfer those skills and teach people, like, and make them, more profitable as a productive, because they have more skills. I think it's a really great concept in all kinds of categories. I'm sure Wandering Investor did due diligence on the company based on the developments done in China, and it was an easy decision for him to make. I think so. The guy's clearly smart. He's like clearly very experienced. And I have heard that the developer is supposed to be good in China and actually be bigger than most of the ones that are operating in Kenya now. I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into why. Just look at the circle he keeps when he comes to Kenya. Suspicious. Bro, when I showed speed in Kenya today with 10,000 kids behind them, there's so much opportunity for the youth to be engaged. I've been thinking about it a lot. Yo, I love what speed is doing. Oh my God. Because that good energy is how it feels like. That's how I feel. Obviously not 10,000 kids coming, but just like everyone is so, it just feels good. I can never figure out how to describe it, but it feels good. But yeah, to your point about the opportunity, man. Because I meet so many smart people, and they'll be like, "Yo, I have the degree in this. I have education in this," and it's like, and Kenyans especially, I guess, because they're so online. Like to the iShow Speed thing, he's getting the highest numbers in Kenya. Like they know what's going on, so it's very relatable to work with Kenyans, especially Kenyan youth, because we're very relatable. So that's why I was saying earlier, like my best friend actually he's a lawyer, he's in politics, but he's a mechanic. He can fix any vehicle or tractor or anything like that, and he does construction. And I'm like, bro, you got to come out and see, like, there's so many things that we could do. And when I say us, we can do, it has to do with construction or training or like building things. I think it'd be so dope. Like I get so excited about it. Mr. America, I'm sure he did. He definitely did. I'm not trying to criticize him. I was really bringing it up just because even though I hear that Chinese developer is good, I've only heard it. Traders will make a killing in Kenya, not day traders. Yeah. Nairobi Barbie, Happy New Year. Oh man, it's crazy. There's so much hope, which is currently 99% gone in the U.S. Yeah, it's weird that you touched on that. Actually, it's my first little mini doc that I want to talk about, but Kenya's so exciting to me because you see things happening every day. And I think the U.S. is like dead, man. We can't do anything, regardless of how you feel about politics. Like our system doesn't work. Like nothing gets done. And I'm in real estate. Like I don't even try to do stuff. I don't even try to do, like, you know how hard it is to build something? And to building safety and everything, they've gone overboard where like you need permission to do anything. It's impossible. And you got to pay everybody for approvals and zoning and this and that. It's like Kenya, they're trying to build highways to different places. You're seeing all these apartments getting built, different developments. The freaking Talantia/Raila Odinga Stadium. I remember when they started that. Now I'm seeing the pictures, and I could see it from my apartment. I can't wait to see the view because it's like right there. Fire. The Gong Road overpass that they're building, like for all the negativity that the government gets, they are building. And they're like, hey, there's traffic here. We need an overpass here. Boom. Now I see them building it. I'm like, yo, they over here building already? This is crazy. And I'm like, yo, how can I like participate? How can I help build things? What can I do? And it's not even a money thing. Like, but for me, I'd like to see impact. Like, dang, nothing was here and now something's here and people are using it. I think that's so cool. Like you're impacting the physical world around you. I think it's amazing. So yeah, I like real estate investing just because it's like honestly, it's like a really safe thing to do generally because all the variables are kind of sorted out. Obviously we've talked about all the risk all the time, but generally, hey, I buy something for 6 million, it's going to make 100,000 a month. It's going to make this over a year. The repairs are going to be this, management is this, blah blah blah. It's easy to calculate, but where things are really exciting, building, services, like training people, making schools, giving people skills, the precast concrete. Maybe we make a whole business about making it easier to build cheaper houses. Like there's so many things, but I do caution people. Okay, there's a romanticism about coming, and y'all got to cut it out a little bit. I feel the romanticism too, and I love it, but thinking that if you don't have skills, you got to get some skills first, okay? You can't just come to Kenya or Africa with no skills or experience and start a business and do all. I mean, you can, but all those approvals are demanded, but the homes are made of cardboard. Yeah. I mean, look, stick-built wood construction gets a bad rap. There are some good things about it because if you want to update things, it's really easy to change stuff. But yeah, I mean, a nice concrete house is like forever, especially in the climate in Kenya. I mean, you don't have we have snow, rain, ice. It's crazy. Yeah, man, it's wild. They are definitely building. Doing business as a foreigner after the next election will be changed to make citizens first, as the opposition says. Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with that as long as it's like reasonably done. I don't think you should prioritize the foreigners. I do think you want the climate accessible for foreign investment, but if you have all this foreign investment and then the people don't benefit, I mean, that's pretty trash, right? Ryan, you got that New Year glow in your eyes. I know you hate it when we say it, but them Somali developments are a death trap. I don't qualify a development based off of the nationality of the people that make it. I want to judge everything independently because there's some Chinese developers that are really bad and there's some that are good, and I'm sure there's some good Kenyan ones and bad Somali ones and good Somali ones and bad Kenyan ones. Dude, AFCOM 2027. Yes. I'm going to everything because the World Cup tickets, forget that. What the heck is that about? Can we talk about emergency services in Kenya event? Yeah, this is what we talked about on the last live. I've definitely seen car accidents and they asked me to take the guy to the hospital. So it's not so good. Better than Nigeria, I think, though. But I don't know a lot about it. I did want to dip into the healthcare. I wanted to get some blood tests. I might do some teeth whitening and stuff. Like, I don't know. What can I get done? I wanted to talk to Traverse Culture about it. I don't know I don't know how do you hire them? Because I don't need the full package, you know? But if they can put me on some game on what to do, I would like to find out. But as far as the emergency services, yeah, that's why I got the truck, a little bit safer. It's not going to save you, of course. But yeah, I don't know. Let's not be racist, please. Yeah, it's weird how common, and I'm not trying to get on you, Nairobi Barbie, but like, because everyone does this, it's not just you. Everyone's like, the Chinese are like this, and the Somalis are like this, and Kenyan developments are like this, and I'm like, I think it's all over the place. I think it just depends on the organizations. I will say, I mean, different cultures have a different like style or like way that they go about things. I think it's okay to acknowledge that, but I wouldn't make a judgment based off solely off of nationality or race or whatever. So if I got in a car accident, who comes? I know the free government services aren't great. That's a good question. I need some Kenyans to answer this. And that's like, if you're going to live somewhere, you kind of need to know that. And I don't know that. So that's probably something I should know. Have I seen it? I think I've seen ambulances before. But the reality is, in my mind, I always think you're on your own. Ew, I saw a spit come out. Celsius was juicy. I really love the work Speed is doing with kids. It's beautiful, and we've been longing for days like this. Hands yellow, hearts red. Hands yellow, hearts red. Yeah, I love it so much. And for such a young guy, like, it's just so cool. Because sometimes I be looking, I'm like, is this performative? But I don't feel like it is. I'm like, dang, it's just like good vibes. And I think he's opening people's minds. I think just showing what things look like in Kenya and Africa in general really is eye-opening, because we do get a lot of weird propaganda. So the image in your mind versus what you're seeing is a lot different. Dang, just me and the pickpockets. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know who comes out. He's only 20 years old. Isn't that crazy? I think what I like about Speed too is like, especially on the internet, right? Like, and this goes back to the journalism point. Controversy and negativity seems like the cheat code to being viral and popular and famous and all that stuff. And I feel like he'd just be vibing and being positive. Like, he was in, I think it was Rwanda, and some kid came up to the car and was just like, I love you. And he gets out the car and gives them a hug, and I felt like they were having a really genuine, like, interaction. Like, you know, because he is in Europe, people got their phones out, they're trying to take selfies, which is cool or whatever. And other people do that, not just in Europe, but he just had people coming up to him just to come up to him. You know? And that's the love and the vibe that I get, that I love being in Kenya. And that's a testament to the people and the culture and attitude of people. Which is something that, you know, I admire that and would like to be more like that. I don't think I'll ever be that warm and welcoming, but and when I, you know, oh God, it's about to derail. Having kids and stuff like that, I would like them to grow up into more of that type of environment. I saw Holloman's video hating on Speed. He hated on Speed? Really? Austin is misunderstood. And y'all, people take him too literally. I'm defending him. I didn't see what he said. But just in general, I think, just don't, people take it a little too direct or serious about what he's saying. Because I feel like he's kind of halfway joking about stuff sometimes. But I don't know. I didn't see the comments. Building collapses is just because we don't use professionals so as to save costs. Well, I think these developments require architects and stuff. The way Kenya is developing, it can easily pay off all of our debt by introducing a temporary citizenship by investment program. Honestly, I think you'd have to be careful about giving people citizenship. You know, I see the president gets a lot of negativity, but like when I look at what's been going on, at least on the international stage, I think he's done a really good job. One thing that I get confused about is, you know, the finance bill and all that stuff was made. I think they're trying to manage the debt. Now, the way they went about it, but then I see a lot of borrowing. But if you're borrowing for infrastructure that is going to help people be more productive and open up more regions of the country with all these different highways and things, you probably get more return on your investment. I think, I don't know what policies should be around, but there definitely should be there needs, you know, I don't, if you make money in Kenya, a lot of that money needs to stay in Kenya. So if like me, but see, I do this by choice, right? But if I make, the money that I make in Kenya doesn't, I don't bring it back to the US. I either reinvest or I'm going to buy more things or do more things in Kenya. If you invest in Kenya and then take the money to the US, it's really bad for the economy and people and everything. Now, people should be able to do that to some degree, but how do you make sure some of that money, you know, whether it's taxes or hiring requirements? I don't know the policy to do that, but you know, and you don't want to make it so burdensome that investors don't come. You know, these are considerations. I don't know exactly what the answer is. Selling citizenship. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't know why. He said his girlfriend was excited, asking if he's going to link up with Speed, and he went into a rant on why he has no reason to link up with him. Well, I wouldn't want to go out there and try to link up with him, but I love what he's doing. I don't know. I would have to see what he said. Hi, Patrick. Who is the opposition? I'm interested in the work they're doing. That was what I was wondering. I believe Kenya has been able to maintain its beautiful culture, partly because it's very hard for outsiders to gain citizenship, so it's a tough one. Yeah, they don't make it that easy. I'm cool with countries protecting their citizenship and immigration and all that kind of stuff. Like, I do respect it. Like, you need engineers on site, but most projects in Kenya, they don't involve engineers, so they just add more floors without accounting for that dead load. Yeah, we kind of went over this, so I don't want to go back to it, but, you know, my thing is there were stop orders on the particular building that we're talking about. So it's not like they weren't doing their job telling them that they shouldn't be doing that. But again, you know, it's a long haul thing. We already talked about it a whole bunch. Yeah, I think what Speed's doing is amazing, though. I really love it. Dang, I guess I'll watch the Eagles game later. I got a pack. Ugh. Yeah, a little late, but so if you guys are new or late, the lives are going on the live channel. I guess let me pull up the link for that again. So if you like this kind of stuff, subscribe over there. If you don't like the lives, I don't know why you're watching it now, but don't subscribe because it actually hurts the algorithm when you have subs that don't like your content. How do I share this? Here's the link. Is it clickable in there? I don't know. That's the live channel. So if you like the lives, that's where you're going to see all the new lives and everything. And turn the notifications on so you see. I'll dual stream them, but eventually maybe not, because when I'm in Kenya, it's hard to dual stream because of the speed. Even the one that collapsed yesterday, it seems obvious. Yeah, that one, I mean, like you built one story and it fell down. It's like, dude, what the heck are y'all doing? But also, why are you trying to build things when you don't know what you're doing? That's really crazy to me. I saw speed in the helicopter flying next to the rooftop of my building. What? That's cool. Yeah, I love everything about the whole speed thing. Like, it warms my heart, and I'm not a warm-hearted type of guy. Oh, Martin's still in here. I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. MH, Martin, Chris, American Ninja, Mr. America, Nairobi Barbie, Patrick, TZ, Israel. I don't know how to, I can't say everything. Wealth Stack, McTreasure, Drink More Water, Tony Africa, You Gotta Be. Kai was in here. Shout out to Kai. Gonna link up. Fry my wings hard. Okay. Oh, Plaid Unicorn was in here. Jesse Whitehorn was in here. Shout out to all you guys. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging in there on the membership, because I know I haven't done any members only videos in a while. But please, I need more feedback on what y'all want to see. Kenya getting the great publicity it deserves. Oh, the government gets it bad. It's not flowers and rainbows. Kenya is a mess right now. I hate to say it, but I don't think it's that bad. Why is it? Why? There's a lot of people who think it's really bad. I don't know. That perspective is always interesting to me. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's do some housekeeping again. Go subscribe. I have made 2 channels. One's called Ryan Fagan Stories. I always wanted to do documentaries, so I'm gonna make an attempt at doing some mini documentaries. One of them is just gonna be articulating kind of my point of view and where I'm coming from in a deeper way about Kenya and everything. But I want to interview people. I want to tell some human interest stories. Kind of like the speed thing. Like, I just want to tell stories, normalize stories in Kenya, where it's not any kind of, like, I don't know, just regular stuff, to be honest. Barbie, are you a black pill? You know, there's a lot of black-pilled Kenyans. They think Kenya sucks. I don't know why they do that. They're like, the government. Everyone blames. What's up with blaming the government for everything? Like, when I was talking about how bad people drive, they're like, well, the roads are only 1 lane. I'm like, dude, there's plenty of 1-lane roads where we don't have buses trying to go past other buses into the oncoming traffic and running people off the road and making head-on collisions. I'm like, these are personal choices that people are making. Like, I'm sorry. It's my biggest criticism of Kenya is the driving culture. Like, people are reckless with other people's lives. Like, you got to throw them people in jail. Like, why are you doing that? Mini docs will be dope. Hopefully I do good at it though, you know? I've done video stuff for a long period of time, but I want to tell stories, and they'll have my, like, I don't know, like my perspective on the story or things that I'm interested. Really, it's the topics, but I just want to tell other people's stories. So I'm not trying to be in it like that. I just kind of want to narrate and even simple stuff. You know, I kind of just want to like the people I have access to that probably will do stuff is like some of the real estate agents. But I want to know about your life, what they aspire to, what's growing up like, all that, you know, like what's schooling like. I've heard so many horror stories of boarding school. Sounds like worse than the military. But I kind of just want to tell stories that I find that's interesting. That'll be really humanizing. But it's going on a different channel because it's a whole different tone of content. They blame the government and other black foreigners. Well, Stack, only 20 years old. We got to capitalize on this beautiful energy. Today in Speed's live chat was posting. Oh my God. Kenya is one of the best countries in Africa. I can't wait to hear what other Africans coming to Kenya during AFCON will say about. Oh, that's a good point. Because, you know, when Franklin from FKC Legal went over to Ghana, he basically said, this is not it. And from, you know, because I have an outside perspective, I put Kenya high up. Now, probably, again, I'm going to check out Ethiopia or Cape Town on this trip, allegedly. So then there'll be a comparison. I'll try to look at some real estate, link up with some people. I love a behind the scenes of the real estate market, the agents, developers, buyers. Yeah, but more about like them as people than like their job. Also, I want to do one on like Nairobi or like, I don't know. I want to make Nairobi a character, or what's the story? What are the stories in Nairobi about the city and other places? But obviously, like I got to start with things that I have access to. Guys, I have no idea if they'll be good, but I'm going to do my best. I understand Nairobi Bar because I think the U.S. currently sucks, but my boy from Accra loves the U.S. He just wrapped up his MBA and sees opportunity over. Yeah, well, it's all perspective. Obviously, if you're looking for opportunity, I mean, the U.S. is great in a way. It's hard to have impact. Sales associates, land buyers, sellers. Yeah. See, MH has good ideas. Keep them coming. Looking forward to your Ethiopia and South Africa content because those were on my list as well. Yeah. Cape Town is just so beautiful. I'm not super in love with South Africa, but Cape Town, I just see the pictures. I gotta do it. And I'll do some real estate at the same time. See, it's weird for me, guys, because I mostly cover real estate stuff, and I get shy about I don't want to just do vlogs like everybody else. I'm not trying to be in that lane, but people do ask my opinion, but I don't know. That's why I was like, I should do like a more like documentary style thing. Ghana is not it. Respectfully, I love Accra, but it's the wrong country for a first landing on the continent. Plus, I heard the visa thing is hard. I was like, forget that. I ain't doing all that. I watched Maya, is that Wode Maya? In Ethiopia, the development there has been quick and impressive. Cape Town isn't really comparable to Nairobi, but Addis is. Yeah, South Africa they're not part of the whole thing that much. Yeah, it's funny because of the distance, but Ethiopia's history is really fascinating to me. So, and they've been self-funding the stuff that they've been doing, which is really interesting. It's Ethiopia and Kenya operate, I think, a lot differently, but they're both successful. So it's really an interesting comparison to make, I think. Plus, the history in Ethiopia is crazy. But see, it's better for me to try. I get tired, guys. I'm old. Like, I got to get up and go to this place, and then, I'm not like a travel YouTuber. You know them guys, they be getting up early, going to do this, going to do that, then filming. And it's hard to enjoy when you got to film and shoot certain things. Like, you guys know, the first time I came to Kenya, I didn't make any content. I just vibed. I just loved my whole time and experience. Ryan, you should try to get a West African citizenship by descent just to have an African passport. That would help because now there's more passports. I think I'm just going to stick it out with Kenya and do the 7 years. I think it's 7 years. But that's true. You could try. But I feel like a lot of them are kind of scams. Like, are people really getting citizenship? You see celebrities, but are regular people getting it? They built the biggest dam in Africa. Amazing. Yeah. And Egypt's mad at them. Ryan, you should bring a construction engineer company to take us through construction process in Kenya. Oh, we'll learn a lot of lessons to look for. Yeah, that's a really good idea. What do you mean bring? Like a Kenyan one, or I should bring an engineer from the U.S.? Welcome to Nairobi. Did you say Tuesday, Wednesday arrival? Safe trip. Weather's warm, but sunny. Yeah, I saw it was raining a couple times, which is not supposed to rain in the summer, right? Thank you, Santi Sana. Yeah, I'm leaving on Tuesday is my birthday, January 13th. I don't think I'll land till Thursday, technically. I would get any other passport. Did you see Lynn and Googie leave Nairobi? Yeah, is that permanent? How's she going to do her thing? To be honest, the first time in Kenya should be just a vibe trip. Yeah, I was going to make a video about don't come to Africa to be an influencer, but I didn't. I still might make a video about it, but I didn't do it yet. You need to set up a content studio like Lynn and send Kenyans out to those stories. It's funny. I'm in a studio in the U.S. and it's very expensive. But yeah. What's messed up? Lynn, one of Lynn's journalists, I was in studio. We did a whole interview and it never came out. And I'm sad. Am I too boring? I was so excited about it. I was so excited. And it never came out. And we talked about some of the stuff, like these topics. Yes, check passport heavy Ghana videos, ordinary African Americans getting citizenship. There was a time the Emirates and Qatar were giving out passports and people thought they were, oh, that's interesting. I meant, okay, yeah. The thing with doing content in Kenya is like they don't want people to know who they are or what they do, even though they're in business. Very strange. But I'm going to do it. Lynn's going to pivot her content to building out in the farms and villages. Very important. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like Lynn. She does get a little conspiratorial sometimes, and she's one of them people that just yells and blames the government for everything. But I do love her content. Too many Americans coming to Kenya to try to live off of content. And then you start doing weird stuff because now you're trying to get the content to pay for everything. Oh, it's bad. And then they resort to scamming. Well stacked. Bad in the sense that we lost beautiful young souls during our last Gen Z revolution. It's deeply upsetting to even talk about, but something has to give. Do you think the youth need opportunity? I do think that. I was going to make a video about how I gained 20 pounds in Kenya because people are like, the food's better. Exactly. And more affordable. when you can DoorDash or you can Uber Eats and Glovo and go out to beautiful restaurants every day. Ooh. Yeah, the content, the consultation pipeline, yeah. Which I was hesitant about the consultation thing, but I'm like, yo, people are like buying properties and doing all this stuff. I was like, I should make, and then people wanted to talk to me, and then I didn't have a path for them to do that. And if you make it free, everyone's just going to want to talk to you all the time. So I did finally break down and make the consultation thing. But I mean, if you watch the lives, most of the information is in here. It's just over a long period of time. Honestly, the inner circle membership is the best value if you're like doing some kind of business, because I can at least one answer can help you avoid some kind of problem. Dinner dates Monday to Sunday will have you gaining weight. Yes, it will. It's a hard life. It's a lot of responsibility to make all them dates. You have a needed skill set and demand that's different. Thank you. I'm telling you, the building trades people would do real. I need the guys, you know, concrete guys, electricians, tile, carpentry. Oh, yeah, we were I didn't see the Kenya stream. I only saw a couple clips, but I love everything about what Speed's doing. It's inspiring. It's super relatable with the energy that he's getting from everybody. And Kenya is taking it to another level, he was saying, with the numbers and everything. 20 pounds, you got to hit the gym in the building. Well, I lost 20 pounds. I lost 25 pounds since I've been back. And I want to lose 30 more. Yo, apartment gyms just don't do it for me. And no air conditioning. It's going to be hot in there. Feel like I'm in Iraq. In Iraq, I used to work out. It'd be like a low-key sandstorm and the gym's outside, bench pressing. It's all dusty. You can't even see nothing. Do you know any reputable international shipping companies that ship stuff from? No, I don't know. And shipping things is weird because there's no addresses. You got to like ship it to like a postal thing in Kenya. I don't know anything about it, to be honest. Yeah, I'm hoping to stay disciplined. But when you can be on a rooftop VIP section of the restaurant for 30% of the cost of what it costs to do something in the U.S., you could do it any day, time. Oh, it's tough. It's tough. You know? Get all your favorite things. And that's with a +1. That's paying for 2 people. Way less money. I rarely eat out by myself. But if I did, it's like no money. I think I'm going to do a video about what I spend in a day, a week, and a month. I'm going to track every dollar, shilling. I think those will be cool videos. I became a foodie and oh man. You know, it's funny. Somebody asked me like places to go. I've ripped off like 10 different places and can give you a really good description of where to go and where you definitely got to go. There's a really nice rooftop gym at Lamac. Yo, but the price for the gym, talk about the food prices are great. The gym is expensive. And then the commute, I don't know, I'm complaining. Actually, the funny thing is I want to, I train jujitsu on and off all the time. There's one near Gagiri I think I'm going to try to commit to doing it. I really should be a blue belt if I was consistent. I probably am on that level. Maybe I'll get my blue belt in jiu-jitsu. You know. What does black pillar even mean? I would hate to see worse if that exists. Black pill basically just means that you're against everything and hate everything. His Kenya stream was beautiful, 100% good energy. I don't know if an adult would see that stream and say, I need to move to Nairobi, but that's not his lane. Yeah, it's about the people. It's the energy. Because I saw his Europe stuff, and people would throw bananas at him and weird energy sometimes. Not all the time. Like a lot of people like them. But the Africa energy is different, and especially Kenya. I'll admit it, I'm reckless Nairobi driver, but I blame it on matatus. There's reckless, and then there's like life-threatening ridiculousness about driving. I don't understand it. Kenyans are so laid back, and you put them in a car, all of a sudden, they got no patience. The gym equipment is expensive. The import taxes, yeah, because the gym equipment ain't equipping. And I'm kind of a bigger guy. They don't be having enough weights. You know, it's made for small, skinny people. Yes, it was about connecting with the people. And Speed's willingness to just, he just go with anything. People come up to him, he's with it. It was so cool. But I like even how people approach him. Like it's like, I don't know. Because I've seen Speed in other places and it's cool, but like the way people are treating him is like, it just represents the people so well. Ethiopia just announced building, yeah, I saw that, the largest airport in Africa for 12 billion. I'll look up the renders. I didn't know. Actually, let's do that right now. Let's check it out. New Ethiopia airport renders. Oh, look, there's a video. Oh, hold on. How long is this video? It's kind of long. Hold on. Let me fix my audio. Roadcaster. Okay. Let's get this going on. Let's check it out.
Ethiopian Airlines is planning a $6 billion mega airport near Bishoftu, a project set to redefine aviation in Africa.
Oh,
it is a new chapter.
It's not showing. What screen am I showing? The wrong one. Sorry, guys.
In the history of Ethiopian Airlines.
With the potential to become one of the largest airports in the world, this mega project promises to change the game for air travel in East Africa. But what makes this project so important? And what could it mean for Ethiopia's future? Today at Ultimate Megabuilds, we will explore the details behind this project and uncover its potential impact on the region and beyond. Located near Bishoftu, about 40 kilometers southeast of Addis Ababa, the airport will stretch over an impressive 35 square kilometers. This vast size provides enough space to accommodate extensive facilities, making it one of the largest airport projects on the continent. With a projected cost of $6 billion, This airport is a major investment in Ethiopia's aviation future. Designed to handle over 100 million passengers annually, the new airport addresses the growing demand for air travel in Ethiopia and beyond. By comparison, the current hub at Addis Ababa Bole International Airport has a capacity of 25 million passengers per year, which is rapidly reaching its limit. Ethiopian Airlines carry...
This is so exciting for the whole region, because the airline prices are insane to travel on the continent. Like, what's up with that? And you gotta fly. It's funny, you gotta fly to Nairobi to fly anywhere almost. Not that this exactly helps that totally, but it definitely should help.
Over 17 million passengers in the last fiscal year, and demand continues to rise with the airport's expanding global reach. The new facility will ensure that the country can keep pace with this growth. The airport's infrastructure will include 4 state-of-the-art runways and parking for 270 aircraft, allowing it to handle a huge variety of flights and aircraft sizes efficiently. These features put the project on par with some of the world's largest airports, positioning Ethiopia as a major player in global aviation. For context, airports like Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson and Beijing's Capital International Airport, which are among the busiest globally, have similar passenger capacities. However, the number of passengers is not the only reason this airport is necessary. Ethiopia is strategically located to serve as a transit hub between Europe, Asia and Africa. This geographic advantage, combined with Ethiopian Airlines' reputation as the leading carrier in Africa, makes the new airport a very important piece of infrastructure for boosting connectivity
Oh, you
and
think the video's old? Hold on, let's see. This was a year ago. Dang, I'm giving you guys bad propaganda, huh? Is this what you were looking at? And this? That's crazy. Hold on. Yo, African architecture is dope. Like the Talantia Stadium. That looks cool. What the heck is this Reddit stuff? Dang. I have no idea what the real ones are. But you said it's brown. Like, this is the render. I'm surprised it looks so close to the renders. This is a real picture. Oh, that's not a good picture. I've been seeing some beautiful pictures of the stadium. What's up with Google not Googling? Wait, Kekstar. Dojo Wellness. They do jiu-jitsu? Do they have a black belt there? I'll have to look it up. Karen would be easier for me to get to. I do want to train at least once or twice a week. Okay, that's not what we're trying to look for. All right, well, I guess I'll just take a picture when I get there because I'm not fine. What's up with the seats, though? The seats weren't seating. Let's see. I don't know much about Ghana, but I love how Black Americans are reconnecting with their roots. Ryan, was the first time you got to come to Kenya? I went to Kenya February 2024. First time. Then I came back January 25, June 2025 for 3 months. I did 4 weeks the first time, or 6 weeks. I did 4 or 6 weeks the first time, and I did 6 weeks the second time, and then I did 3 months. I'm trying to spend 6 months in Kenya. I'm having a dilemma. Make sure your passport is valid to travel, Ryan. American flyers have been having issues. Not to Kenya, but if you go other places, to Ethiopia, yeah, I might have to. I don't even know the travel situation there. That's a good point. My dilemma is if I go from now till March, I want to be in the U.S. for June, July, August because that's the best weather from where I live. So I don't know what I'm going to do because it's hard for me to stay for 6 months. I have this business here. Like 3 months in both places is good, but it's not lining up good. Did you also? I'm not going to Tanzania with whatever they got going on, to be honest. Nope. You missed the Bischoff video. You almost clicked on it. Anyway, it's marvelous and good for Africa. Kenya's starting to build a new airport. Yeah, they were going to sell the airport to Adani, and then they didn't. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Tanzania, they on the do not go list for me. Sorry, guys. They're gonna have to. I didn't like what I was seeing. Well, I'm surprised I was on here this long. The World Cup coming up in the U.S. Yeah. The ticket prices for the World Cup are insane. It's like $500 to be in the worst seat. I looked in Mexico. I looked everywhere. They're all crazy. Tanzania is a no for me, even for a Kenyan. Yeah, man, they doing weird stuff, and it's not the Tanzanian people generally. It's whatever the government's doing. It's really unfortunate. Tanzania's never even had a history of these issues. It's that socialist stuff, man. I'm telling you. It's no good. Oh, man, we got a glare on here. Let's turn that down. There we go. Dang, we're having a good time today. I appreciate all you guys. I already talked about enough, but I want to do some. There's so many things I want to do. I'm gonna need some help. Y'all got to motivate me because again, I'm simple. Give me a rooftop with some vibes. I don't want to go nowhere else. But I should do. I want to go Kilifi County, Mombasa, so north and south coast. Tour some real estate, get some perspective there. I'm sure that'll make some connections with some real estate people out there. But then I want to have a good time. It's hard. Content makes you not have a good time, to be honest. Seriously. Like, I'd rather just not do content. Content is fun, but you don't have a good time. So I'm trying to balance that. So I appreciate everybody's support, especially the members, because you guys kind of help push. Okay, let me get some content for them. And then I want to get out to Kisumu or the West. I have some invitations from some people. I just want to get more perspective. I am saving money. I want to buy 10 to 20 acres. This is a multi-year project. That's why I'm going to continue covering off-plan stuff, but I want to look at land. And, I probably won't buy anything for a while. I like Kasarian in Kajiado County, but I need to check more areas. I need to get to Nanyuki, Naivasha, some stuff maybe down Mombasa Road. And North Coast, Malindi area is interesting, although I don't think I'm a coast person. I love the beach, but I don't know. The beach life ain't beaching life, and like I'd expect it. Also, take the SGR to Mombasa more hours. Yeah, I've done the SGR. I liked it for seeing the countryside, but that flight saves a lot of time. But I tell people they should always take the SGR at least once. I'm excited. Coast heavy content. Check out your old projects, and we're good. Well, there's so many new projects coming out too. Like, I got to cover all that. We'll probably try. I don't know. I'm sorry. Do y'all get bored of the off-plan stuff? I feel like it's all very similar. I feel like I should do a tier list of the different developments and developers. And it is good to have a library of these properties, especially as they get built. It'll be cool to look back on them. I've been in communication with some people, like, for example, there's an individual that has 40 acres in between Mombasa and Malindi. I have to verify this stuff. And they're looking to like do a community and sell plots. And they were looking for help at selling that stuff. I wonder if there's a market of that, you know, like, is that something I can do? I don't know. I want to look at standalone older homes. You know, the problem with that is they're hard to find. But I'm with you. Mombasa is humid, and I hate that. Oh, my God. Is it? I like being hot, but it's hot. Do you actually have any in-depth knowledge of Tanzania politics, or are you just here to see? People like this are exactly the problem. How's it Western propaganda? They literally were canceling business license of Kenyans and other East Africans, even though they're part of the East African community. And this is before any of the other stuff happened. Is it Western propaganda when your president wins 98% of the votes? Like, they literally like abducted Kenyans that came across the country, beat them up, and dropped them off on the border. Is that propaganda? I don't think so. This is coming from Kenyan news, not Western news. Any new there's 1 million new developments in Westlands. I can't believe it. I went to Shags for the holiday. Oh, the village. I didn't expect the rain at all. I loved it, but it was only for a day. How can they justify 1 million for houses in Karen and other areas? The demand for land, a half acre in Karen's like 40 million shillings. Crazy. On the coast, they have tons with European buildings and looking to sell. Yeah, there's a lot of them. A lot of Italians have land and stuff. All the areas you mentioned have good land. You seem to me more of a mountain guy than the coast. Like me, coast is for holidays, too hot, humid, 1 week. Yeah. I don't mind the heat. It's just, what am I going to do? But see, mountain, like Kiambu County, very expensive. Now it's time for the sound effects. Get on Ozempic. I'm on retatrutide. It's amazing. I'm bringing it with me. Hopefully they don't have a problem in the airport. The CCM party in Tanzania is the only popular party in Tanzania. 98% of the people agree. I mentioned Tanzania as a strictly tourism destination, not a bit. Yeah, the government's too restrictive and controlling for business. Yeah, but why wouldn't I just go to the Kenyan coast? Why do you go to Tanzania? Jack. Who's Jack? Oh, get on Ozempic. No. Yo, Ozempic is lit because Kenyans were stilling unrest. Okay. I like when people say do your research, even though they just disagree with your point. So you beat them up and throw them over the border? My concern with the coast is, aside from travel tourism, I don't think there's much industry. Exactly. That was my question, is like, what do you do at the coast? It's completely valid and possible that the ruling party gets 98%. It's actually not. Well, there's only one party because it's only legal for one party. Like, they arrested everyone. I don't get it. Dinner dates, haha, have you been in Nairobi? You do sound like you've been. Tanzania is uninvestable. It's anythingable right now. And Boss Man is reinforcing that point to me. The vibe, food, and people are actually extremely welcoming. I can't describe it, but Tanzania, while similar, is a unique flavor with warmer people of what you get in Kenya. Even than the coast people, because coast people from Kenya think that Nairobi's kind of rude. And then Kenyans definitely say Tanzanians are nicer. I don't know. I don't think it's worth doing it. See, and then see, because you don't have an argument, you just say that. But everything I said was grounded in research. And you just say, I don't know anything. Good argument, buddy. You know what your problem is? You think that you're taking it personally when I'm talking about the actions of the government. You know? It's not personal. I know Tanzanians are great people. And you brought up Julius Nyerere, and that was my point, is that their independence movement was communist socialist, which has to do a lot with authorizing overly government control over things. I have Barbie, but I go out solo. The men aren't really my type. Oh, no.
God.
Dang. Yo, I gotta guess. The Kenyan men be taking fire, so, you know. Yeah, that ain't right. That is not right. No other political party in history of Tanzania has come close to competing with CIS. Yeah, because if you lock everyone up in the opposition and make it illegal, they're going to have a hard time running. Okay. Tanzania on ground know what happened. The protests were real, and Samia's goons took them out. I'm not even arguing the numbers of people that were hurt or killed in the protest. I don't think that number is knowable. That's not even the crux of my argument. How are land and house values in Tigoni, Mount Kenya? I don't know Mount Kenya. Kiambu, I mean, because honestly, the Riru area near Tattoo City and all that stuff along, oh my God, the highway, Thika Highway, is like a very practical place, I think, to be, or along Mombasa Road's Sioki Mall. To go, and because the pricing is a little bit better. If you watch the Hriru video, I really like that area. I like the type of houses that they're building. It's really good, and you're a little bit more connected. Tigoni's also close. The prices are just insane. I mean, like, and it's I see why they're expensive, because it is a wonderland. It is so beautiful. It's amazing. It's all inspiring. I'm telling you, I was out there. I cannot believe it. I'm surprised the video didn't do that great. I guess because people are used to seeing beautiful things in other places. I'm not used to seeing all these beautiful things. So I thought it was the most amazing thing. I learned how tea is grown. I learned a lot about the industry. It was amazing. I had a great experience. The prices are insane, but I think they're higher than what I would want to pay, but I don't think they're like, I see why people would pay the type of prices to buy land there, to be fair. Mount Kenya, Nanyuki area, I haven't been. Not a big fan of that being kind of like the British military base. There's a lot of other influences up that way. I'm not trying to be around all that, although I do think that area is supposed to be very beautiful. I'll definitely get out there on this trip, though. I'll go to Nanyuki. Zanzibar is a tax shelter many people use until they take your stuff. They're 50-50 warriors that you can make eye contact with. What? Oh, 50-50 warriors.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
What?
Blood hell. Whoa there.
Oh my God. The Kenyan girlies have warned me. Wow. See, look, you're still not making a point. What? Why are you so, well, first of all, why are you here? But why are you so salty? Like, you're personally offended that I don't want to go to Tanzania because of the government's actions and what's going on there. Like, why does that bother you personally? Like, if you're like, I don't want to go to the U.S. because someone got shot in Minnesota, would I be over here arguing with you? I don't care. I don't care if you want to go or don't. I don't care if you don't agree with the U.S. government. I don't really care. I don't know why. Like, why do you exist? I'm curious. Honestly, I'm not even bothered. It's just like, I don't understand this thinking. I want to understand it, though. So I hope you reply, but I just don't get it. Like, what's your problem? Kenyan men, woo, oh my gosh. They can't be that bad. I'll be rocking with some Kenyan guys. They cool. I need some more Kenyan guy friends, though, to be honest. I know they don't like to simp. I respect it. Oh, thank you. I'll look up Reaver. Yeah, I love the last townhouse in that video. Really nice. I'm trying to find a drone operator so I can give more context about the areas, but they all trying to overcharge me. The Tigoni video to me was the best overall. Oh, thank you. I loved it. And that one needed a drone video because that would have been amazing. I never know how long to make the videos and what information to include and not include. So when I'm editing, I never know. The boss man, relax, calm down. Do you work for CCM? Why so sensitive? No one has lied about Tanzania. Oh, thank you. Dang, I really appreciate that.
I like this right here.
I really do appreciate it. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. There have been 2 mass shootings since the woman was shot in Minnesota. It's bad here. Don't get me started on this because I think you should stop interfering with the federal officers, and especially jumping in front of cars is probably not a good idea. And Yuki is British land. Yeah, see. I did see that they're finally extraditing that one British soldier guy, even though it's like 10 years ago. Yeah, don't get me started on that, because you know, go and protest in Minnesota and leave. Why are you see? You don't even have an intelligent response to anything, you know? Like, I'm not in Minnesota. And I am leaving Tanzania alone. Because that was my point. I'm leaving them alone. And that upsets you. Why? And you see, you're trying to like weaponize. You think I get upset if you talk about things happening in the United States. But you know, people in the US are open to dialogue about things. So like, I'm not offended. You would be offended, but I'm not. You know? 50-50 Warriors is hilarious. Y'all are tough on Kenya. They are tough, man. You know, I've all but given up trying to be a wholesome young gentleman, to be honest. I think I'm just going to be a player for life. I don't think I can meet a genuine person in America or Kenya. I really don't think the difference is that big between ladies. Well, Kenyan ladies are much nicer, generally. But it's very transactional. And why buy them when you can rent them? Why no safari? I've been to Lake Nakuru. I've been to Nairobi National Park. I haven't been to Masai Mara. If you go on my Instagram, I actually have some really good photography from those places. I took all those pictures, and yeah. It's Pond Day. Algorithm put your live on my front page. I'm a Kenyan basis in Massachusetts. Interesting place right now. Never mind. I'm thinking Minnesota. You seen? Yeah, I love this. We talked about it earlier. It is really amazing and heartwarming, even. And I'm not the heartwarming type of guy. 2024. How did you get to know about Kenya? Now that's a story. I've told it a little bit. In high school, the first love of my life was a Kenyan girl. And she was older than me, too. That was crazy. And, you know, I was around her family, all, you know, and her cousins and all that. Everybody's from Kenya. She would take me to, like, the little low-key parties and stuff with all the Kenyans. I'd have ugali, and they'd make me food. And I always had a good experience. And so when Ghana was doing the Year of Return, and weirdly Black Panther came out, and it started kind of opening my eyes to like, and COVID, like all these weird things went together. Let me start with COVID. So when COVID happened, I'm up here in New Jersey. It's very cold and depressing. And then you can't go outside, and we had all these stupid laws and rules that you couldn't do anything. And Florida was opening up, which has much better weather and everything. And I was thinking about buying a condo in Florida and going there. And then I started seeing people in Ghana, the Year of Return, and then Black Panther came out. I was like, yo, it's corny to think about this because it's a stupid cartoon, but like the pride in the culture, although it's a fake culture, but is based off of, you know, like a real concept, I was like, yo, that's really cool. Combined with the concept of like knowing who you are starts becoming important. Because as I get older, you face like thinking about certain things in maybe a deeper way, like why you do things or why things are a certain way. And I think culture can guide you when you're lost a little bit or when you're not sure what to do, because you're basically calling upon like ancient wisdom of all the people before you. And that's kind of what culture is like the worldview of the people from the past carried through today. And especially for Black Americans, and a lot of our culture or lack thereof is a bit antisocial. A lot of it celebrates doing bad things, and not all of it, but but it's derived from like pain and loss. Like even the food is from scraps that slaves were given, right? So that's what soul food originated from. And so the whole African or Black American culture is about resilience, but it's also about like being a permanent underclass or from slavery, right? So that's like kind of foundational to the culture. And I think it has somewhat manifested into a lot of antisocial behaviors. And like the music, which I love, but also I think is bad for us, because then you listen to Afro beats and most of it's about positivity and vibes. And then we're killing each other and stuff and celebrating it. And I think that's in your head. So I started looking at the continent more to kind of like what are we connected to? And I don't mean it in a corny romantic way. A lot of like, I'm not in this category of the dashiki people and stuff, okay? But there is something to connect to. And because I'm in real estate at the same time, and I was looking for like somewhere to buy property because the prices in the US were going up and Florida started getting expensive, I looked at Accra. And I said, dang, this is more expensive than I thought. And then I started watching YouTube and doing research. And I was like, yo, what about Kenya? Because I had dated a girl from Kenya and I kind of knew a little bit about the culture. I had some of the food, And honestly, actually, you got to give a shout out to Austin Holloman. He had great content about what it was like every day in Kenya from watching his original vlogs about it. And I was like, this looks dope. And so I booked a trip. And I never looked back. And it was a great time. And I give Austin Holloman a lot of credit because the way that he displayed what the lifestyle was like was exactly how I felt when I got there. And I knew what to do because he had posted certain places and things to do, to go to. Same experience, best experience ever. And I looked at the real estate and I like the prices better and what you get for it. So that's a weird, those are like the 4 things that led me there. Kenyan girls are so sweet. They are sweet, but a little transactional. When you decide to be a player for life is when you meet the love of your life. Everyone says that. I think it's over for me, though. I don't think I could care enough, to be honest. I can't see me being all like, oh, it's over. I'm cynical. Right? And the Kenyan coast is a vibe it's always been. I got to go with the right people. I don't know what's going on with it, Look, Boss Man left. Boss Man got tired of being butthurt. Me too. Well, Loverboy Ryan is going to a fun watch. What? Yes, some can be deceptively sweet, though. Black Panther did kick off a renewed sense of pride. I know it feels dumb saying, but I really started thinking about it from Black Panther because I think it was their attitude. Like, yeah, we're Wakanda and we're here and we don't care what y'all think. That was like the crux of what I thought was really cool. How do you solve the child raising problem, though, assuming you plan? Yeah, that's the conundrum. That's the only reason I'm holding out. Because I'm not trying to do the Nick Cannon. But, guys, if I do the Nick Cannon, I'm sorry.
City boy! City boy!
I don't know, man. Like, it's just like, no one likes me for me. I just like what you can do for them. When we say media representation matters, this is what they mean. What do you mean? With the Black Panther stuff? He said in the same boat. I would love the nuclear family for sure. But, I mean, I just, you know, and this is not Kenyan ladies. I think they do it more, but I think this is just a ladies thing right now. Is, you know, ladies today, they know exactly what they expect from a man. But I don't know if you ask them what they can do, they don't got no answers. So I take you on as a dependent and got to take on a responsibility for you. And all the stress. Like, you ever travel with a lady? It's annoying. It's like having a kid. You got to carry her. She can't carry nothing. Got to go to the bathroom. Got this problem, that problem. And that's cool. Like, it's cool to take care of the lady. But, like, what am I getting for this headache? And does the math? And it ain't mathing. Especially when you can get all the perks without all the downside. I know it sounds bad. MH going to be triggered. But for who, for what? Why? Like, ladies will do this thing where, like, well, that's what the man's supposed to do. I don't have a problem with that. But what the heck are you supposed to do? Crickets. And is that worth all the stuff that you expect that I have to do? And a lot of the women's stuff is conditional. Because if they're upset with you, they stop doing it. I can't stop doing what the man's role is supposed to be. I'm good. You rent them. You can trade up for a new model. The other ones start breaking down. You know? That's the degeneracy we don't want to see. Baby Daddy Ryan. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. I once heard a European lady say something similar to that about us openly, and it caught me off guard. I really hope we don't. Yeah, they are sweet, though. They super sweet. But see, now I'm used to it. And I know the mentality. Cynical Ryan. Guys, Ryan will be in love with it. No. I'm happy for Austin Hallman. He seems like he's happy with that lady. I think it's over for me, dog. You ladies are the best. The math, definitely not mathing. See? Like, make the argument why I should do all this. Oh, well, she makes a house a home. She's going to cook and clean. You guys know how I eat in Kenya? I don't need you to do that. This is the problem. As an older guy who has access to everything, I don't need anything. How can you? And this is my problem. There are ways to enhance my life, but these ladies don't even try to figure it out or think about it or do nothing. They just say they just receive. They don't give. And they only give based off of if they feel like it. No, thank you. Nick Cannon could work technically.
I like this right here. City boy, city boy.
Ryan would be lucky to get a Kenyan beauty. I'm very lucky already. That's what I'm saying. Like, what? Yeah. And Penzi is somewhere in Tanzania waiting. Maybe. No, it does not sound bad. Our mamas were so different. Hard work, nuclear family struggles these days. Bum on you, big kids. Ryan about to piss the ladies off. I know. I keep it real, though. I'm sorry, ladies. I do be pissing them off, but I know, like, this is the thing. Nobody wants a guy to like have agency over like what the guy wants. It's all about what the women want. And it's like, nah. I'm all for taking care of your woman and all that stuff, but not at the detriment of myself. Nick literally can't name all his kids. I mean, I'm not saying have 8,000, but we might have to go back to the village wife era at this point. It's over for most in urban areas. Yeah, man. Them Nairobi ladies is not that much different than Western ladies, to be honest. They're nicer, sweeter, nicer. But they got sponsors. They got some guy giving them money. Nope. Yo, a chick will ask, they'll be all sweet. They'll ask you for something. All of a sudden, next week they pop up with the thing they was asking you for. Oh, okay. I'm not the one. You better call the British dude that's in the UK for some reason sending you money. I'm good. That part I agree with. A man can't put down his responsibility role as a provider, but a woman who's pissed off will definitely take some time off. Yeah, like, because if what the woman is contributing is like peace of mind and being sweet and like making you feel good and all that kind of stuff, and now she mad, you still got to pay the bills. You got to take care of her, make sure she's safe, gets to A to B, all that kind of stuff. Look out for her. Whether you're happy, mad, sad, cold, depressed, sick, poor, broke. If she a little upset, then forget it. Why would I sign up for that? Ryan really wants to pop out Irish twins. Yep. 2 or 3. Let's go. I'm running out of time. I'm going to have to do something soon. I'm going to hold out for a little bit longer. Like these ladies, like, yo, what happened to character? Ryan has a Kenyan beauty written all over him. You can honestly sense it from his energy alone. Look, this is the thing. Getting them ain't a problem. But it's like, it's the guy's job to get you, but it's your job for him to want to keep you. And if they don't want to be kept, they could go back to the streets. I was just saying I thought it was nice. On Thika Road, Tattoo City, President Ruto announced extension of the accessway all the way to Thika. That's really good. I think that highway really makes that area really good. Austin and that Chinese baby story was a classic. See, that stuff can happen. I'm surprised it happened in Kenya, but that's crazy. But see, that's why Austin is so well known, because he'll just tell the story, and I respect it, because I don't talk about my stuff like that. Nope. But that's why he runs into problems. Because I remember watching his early stuff, and I'm like, this is not going to work, because, or at least I'm like, either he's the best player ever, or this is all going to be a problem, because he would have all the women in the videos, and I'm like, well, what happens when you meet the next one? I mean, some guys could do that. I don't know how they just got the gift of gab or the energy they give. I think you need dreads to be able to do that, honestly. Like, if your dreads and earthy, they won't expect as much from you. But, you know, me, all of a sudden, they want to be all serious. Don't be all stuck up with me. Do the same thing you was doing with them other people. Now they a good girl. Nope. It's over. It's over for me. Just give it up. It's finished. I got locks now, and they no, they beg more. They just expect less. Like, you get to be a, you know, oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, I have to fix my phone. Look, I'll pay when you're with me, but I ain't just buying stuff. 50-50 warriors. Money and all that is for wives. It's not for randoms. My block list is crazy. Oh, my camera went out. Hold on one second. And you know the other thing, I'm glad you. Oh, another thing, I'm glad y'all not doing this today. But usually, what happens is I get gaslit on. Oh, you're just not meeting the right people in the right places. I met all kinds of different ladies, okay, and it's still the same theme. On the phone thing, money for wine, and oh yeah, buy me a pizza with my friends. Blocked. The time that we are living in is hard on relationships, period. Yeah. Bro, he talks too much, and somebody should tell him. He's a content creator. What's he supposed to do? Preach on. See, we got the fellas in here. Yeah, I don't get no backup. They just be acting like I'm crazy. Who hurt you? All that. He said the other day the Airbnb. Yeah, he got banned. That's messed up. I don't think he was doing none of that weird stuff that them other dudes. But you know what his thing is? He's a young guy, and a lot of people want to be around him because he's successful on YouTube. A lot of them people around him be weird, dog. I see them. I watch the subway. Some of these niggas is weird. got to vet the people. Because I was trying to be open with people, and then I'm like, yo, they kind of weird. Ryan, you suffer from looking like a nice guy. I know. And I speak like one. I'm not that nice, though. And they think like I'm kind of corny. You know? It's not good. I got to dust it up a little bit. It would help me. Stack definitely speaks too much and shares too much information. Also tries to speak on. Yeah, I mean, but see, my brother is like his same age, so I relate to the mentality because my brother acts like that. Like my brother thinks he knows everything. Don't know nothing. But Austin has a good feel on like social thing because I agree with like this is the thing. People, I don't listen to him. It's like Trump. It's if you listen to like what they're saying literally, it don't really make sense. But if you just take the gist of what they're trying to say, I agree with the gist. I just don't agree with the details. Most of the stuff you mentioned, I've been through them begging ass chicks. Yeah, man. Stop begging. I just block them now, like first time. And I'll like buy something, but don't ask me. He's on YouTube. You gotta share. Like that's what makes him compelling. I would like a husband, but like you, Ryan, what does he bring to the table besides me cooking, cleaning, being his caretaker? I'm very self-sufficient, coal my own, and don't need a guy for monetary. Dust off the do-rag. Yo, I used to have the best waves in the game. I used to wear a do-rag all the time. That's probably why I got these little wrinkles up here. When I first met Austin some years ago, he said the same thing. He got tired of chicks asking him for 4K every couple of days. It does get annoying. There's been women I've dealt with that don't do that, though. Not all Kenyan ladies do that, to be fair. It don't feel good. Don't ask me. I would like a companion and a friend. Let's hang out and laugh. What happened to those days? Yeah. McTreasure, ChatGPT is a gift and a curse. Oh my God. He gets the most hate. Y'all got to stop hating. Treasure, you came with the energy. Do you know people on a K visa? Is the K visa the investor one? I think I recommend the N. I think it's N for the digital nomad visa. Cheaper. And they all give you the same thing. They want a nurse and a purse. Oh my gosh.
God damn.
Men are transactional. You know the thing about that is, I think at first this is why things are messed up. The man's supposed to try to get you, and you're supposed to try to make them want to stay. That's how I think it's supposed to go. But the ladies forget to try to make them want to stay. They start asking, they want this. Especially when you've already gotten them. Stop it. That's how it starts off, bro. You can buy me a pizza. The next week it's the sick family member and a broken phone. Classic. Sick family members. Super classic. You know what's funny? Because I was talking to Kai about this because we were talking. We were having He's like, I don't know if I want to. I don't want to get too much stuff, but I basically said, I bet you if you don't give her the money, she'll still get the thing or whatever, like whatever catastrophe she's having, it'll be fine. Just say no. Now, sometimes I've kind of gotten them to the point where they stop doing that. Before now, I just block them because I don't even feel like dealing with it. But I have been like, yo, don't ask me, and they actually stop asking. What do men beg for? I don't think he did what the other guy did, but there are weirdos in that squad. Yeah. And then they get, see, where they mess up, they start drinking on the live and start really talking crazy. And it's some locker room talking. I get that people talk like that, but that's where you know. And look, he's a grown man. I should do whatever you want to do. But if I was going to advise somebody, I'd be like, I want to do that. And then that's where the weirdness of them other guys really come out. Like, I feel disrespected when someone I barely know is begging for money for hair, wine, and stuff like that. It's so normal to them. They have no shame. Yeah. Not all the ladies are like that. I've met like a good amount that don't do that. The problem is, as you advance in a relationship, they still have those expectations of you, and then it becomes like, again, is it worth it? Kind of like Trump. May that never be the way someone describes my communication. Honestly, his methods of communication fit a lot of, like, he does repetition. He speaks at like a third grade level. These are all really good ways to get, I don't know, it's good communication. Like, it's in some textbooks and stuff. Like, because I was in sales, or am in sales. These are some fundamental sales concepts. I wish men had more respect. They've been begging me since I was 13. That's what they do. Oh my God, Ryan, the first love of your life was Kenyan? What community? I think she was Kikuyu because her last name was Wanjari. Wanjari. No, she was definitely not the one. Definitely not the one. Nope. Right? That's a Kikuyu last name, I think. And now that I look back, they look Kikuyu to me. Which, my tribe guessing skills are like 80% accurate. I promise you. Show me some pictures. I could guess their tribe. I'm really good. And don't give me the last name. I'll definitely be able to know. I just want the guy who has vision, swag, and comfort to share some time with. I want the guy and his time, not his money, fun, laughter, and new memories. That's nice. That don't sound like asking for too much. Why is that a problem? What troubles are you running into? One of the chicks I dated called me crying, says she needs $50 because her sister. Yep. I went to Milan with some ladies. First they tried to stick me with the bill. No. I was just pulling up. I didn't even go with y'all originally. Y'all invited me to come out. And then what the heck happened? The security accused them of stealing a girl's phone, or I had left by then. And they were calling me. We need, it was a lot of money they was asking for. I don't even remember. It was like over 10K. Might have been like 20. Oh, they're holding us unless we pay this much. I was like, no. Hell no. Instead of make him want to stay, they switched to make him want to pay. Yeah, make me want to stay. Make me want to keep you. Or don't. You don't have to. That's fine. You know what? I just deal with, right now, I just deal with everything on a superficial level. Like, we're cool. Oh, we're not cool. Okay. That's fine. These guys now my age want a nurse. And well, What do you mean take care of them? We're supposed to take care of each other. Going to a third world country and crying when people are in need sounds like Thailand. They're not in need. That's the thing. And no. No. That's not what's happening here. They're not in need. I promise you. It's the game, not they run. They just think you're a wallet. Like I really think they just think that's what they're supposed to do to you. And when I say they, it's not everybody, for sure. Do you think they're rich? Why? I don't know why that matters. They don't need to be rich. What the heck are they in need? Are they they're starving? They're not starving. They have all their basic needs. They so focus on the short-term little change. Yep, they do. And then add social media. They want to look cool on Instagram and be an influencer. Oh. They need rent money and school fees. No, they do not. Because somehow they still paying the bills and they still going to school. How are they doing that? And they got an iPhone 16 Pro Max. No. Nope. Don't fall for it. Ryan, how do you feel about paying full bride price for a woman that was... Yeah, no. No. Okay, if I'm buying something... See, when you bring up money, now I'm going to look at it in a practical sense. So, okay, this is the cost of this thing. What do I get for paying this much? And if the math don't math, I'm not doing it. Why would you do that? I'm missing the Eagles game, but that's fine. Treasures, that sounds very reasonable. My Kikuyu lady never asked me for money and told me don't ever give a Nairobi woman money. I'm not even against giving them money necessarily or spending money. It's not about that. It's just like the way to go about it, you know. I know some that don't ask for stuff, though. Yeah. I don't know, man. Wait, what do you treasure? What do you mean, guys that take care of you? And MH, I'm telling you, you're being naive about these ladies. They are not in need. I'm telling you. I feel like some of these women have learned to feel appreciation through just getting money from guys. 4K isn't a lot. It doesn't matter. I don't care if it's $1. Why are you doing that? Stop it. Plus 4K every day starts being a lot. And that's what they're going to... Okay, you give them 4K today. 2 days from now, she's going to ask you for another 4K. Now she got another emergency. She got a sick family member. Now her phone's broke. School fees. The rent's due. She need a new dress to go out. She's going out with her friends. She wants you to help buy her a drink. They live stories are Their life stories are heartbreaking a lot of the time. They might be telling you the truth, maybe, because you're a girl, but that is not the same thing that's happening here, I promise you. Nope. Plus, you think you're the only guy they're asking things for? They already got one sponsor. Maybe two. No. Let them pay. I'm good. I am good. All right, guys. I think I'm going to try to catch the second half of this Eagles game. I think we covered all these topics quite well. Had some fun. Dang, 4 hours. Next week I'll be in Kenya. Probably should be able to do a live. Oh, what a good point. Kenya is the largest economy in East Africa. Third world isn't accurate. I agree. Especially in Nairobi. If they're in Nairobi, they are not that broke. 4K ain't paying the Nairobi rent. Yeah, they do. They have multiple men. Why would you join that? It's a cesspool. Yuck. They are GMs these days. Got a roster and a yep. And I'm not participating. And let's not forget, her family and friends are in her ear trying to get more money out of you. Absolutely. No. Just say no. The Kenyan men, no. That's why they're called stingy, because these girls run the same thing on them. I'll be cheering for that fine QB. Oh, my goodness. All right, it's been such a fun time. I appreciate everybody in here. We always go to the dating thing, man. Anyway, I'm triggered. Everybody have a good time. I'll see you guys from Kenya next week. See ya.